October 10th edition. There it is. The October 10th edition of the Rockland Zoning Board of Appeals. All members are participating remotely. That would be myself. That would be Bob Baker Sr. That would be Greg Tansey. And I know that Bob Baker Jr. is running late. And I think Mr. Galley, I believe he's coming in. He's not a voting member, so I'm not too worried about it.
You just joined.
Yeah, I see it. He just joined, so he's coming in. So at this point of the voting members, I would ask that somebody make a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing.
All right, there we go. Motion second, Mr. Tan. I got a second there. Roll call, Mr. Baker Senior.
Yes.
Myself is a yes, Mr. Tansey.
Yes.
Meeting's open, and everybody should be aware that the WRPS is recording this meeting. From there, I'm going to read the legal advertisement. Virtual deliberation hearing. This deliberation hearing will be recorded via Zoom. Done. Okay. Let's talk. I see Attorney Galvin's here. Did you wanna kind of start this up? Because you did a lot of work on this.
Hold on, can you hear me now?
Yep, gotcha.
So I emailed everybody on the board a draft decision. By emailing that draft decision, I'm not suggesting what you should do or shouldn't do. I just had to get something down on paper so that we would have something to discuss. So I can follow along with it. It was written in the context of being an approval with conditions, but that's up to the board to decide, not me. If you want me to modify it to reflect a denial or some other action or an approval without conditions, I'm here at your pleasure to help you put down on paper that what you all agreed to. I did get some comments from Mr. Brennan that I solicited, and I've been through those and incorporated them into a later draft, which you don't have that I can give you, but I can display my screen and show you where they were. They were not so significant that I couldn't point them out to you in a few spots. One had to do with hours of construction, some language about Mr. Gillen, and then because Pat is here, we may want to ask him about a plan that McMahon, our consultant, prepared showing some roadway improvements at Pond Street and Longwater Drive, because I'm not sure whether or not the idea is to incorporate those plans in a decision if there's an approval. So other than that, we can proceed in any way, shape, or form you want, Mr. Rosa.
Okay.
I think some of the beginning stuff in the language is undeniably accurate and a necessary beginning to your permit.
No, absolutely understood.
And right now the deadline still is to file by the 12th.
Okay. Deb, have you been through, did you see that version that Pat edited? Okay.
I can email that to
we can
everybody.
we can get down there. It wasn't awful. It definitely wasn't awful. So board members, everybody have it in front of you. Mr. Galley, welcome. I saw you come in late. We're all good. Does everybody have the latest draft? At least again, the one that I'm looking at is the one that Pat edited.
Trying to pull it up.
Okay.
When was it sent out?
I'm gonna give that to you right now.
I'm just trying to.
I'm going to send you. I'm going to send you a clean version of that now.
Pat sent it to. Oh, actually, it was only to Bob.
So I sent it to me.
Are you going to email that out, or do you want me to copy?
I'm going to send it right now in about 2 seconds.
All right, everybody's going to have that. Bob had sent it out. Not Bob, but Pat had sent that out on the 5th.
The idea was for you all not to have a copy of our work, but not to deliberate until we came here tonight.
Right.
So I'm sending it in about 2 seconds. And everybody will have it. And it might make sense to work off of that version. And we could display it on the screen if necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you want, Mr. Chairman.
No, that works. Yeah, that definitely works. I have that and.
All right, now it's I'm just sending you a version which has a date of 10/10 on it. And I've sent it to everybody except for Bob Baker Jr.
Right, and then in the end, I can share my screen so everybody sees it. Did everybody see that?
I see your screen, yeah.
Okay. Trying to just get everybody on my screen here at one time, and I don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either.
Okay, that's not gonna
It's
work.
hard when
Oh,
you're displaying the decision to
yeah,
anything else on the screen.
all right, not a big deal. All right, everybody sees this though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right from the get-go, I believe this is all correct. This is all copied directly from, directly from what has been supplied to us. I've read this a million times. Yeah. So I'm not too worried there. Procedural history, what to do.
Just, Mr. Roser, on the first page on the bottom, there was a footnote.
Yep.
And when the hearing closed, the applicant represented that it had a parcel of property, lot 73 Colby Street, under agreement. And on August 29th, which was after the close of the public hearing, I noticed the deed was recorded at the Registry of Deeds.
Okay.
It's not a part of the record, but I wanted you to be aware that that had happened.
Okay. Yeah, this is the piece of property that's behind the.
Yeah.
Okay, behind the Wilson.
Where I
Street
think they're attempting to stay out of the Zone A area
Okay.
with a sewer pipe.
All right, I remember that. Application for submitted to the town of Rockland. March 5th, 2020.
Yes.
I thought it was 2019 when it first came to us.
Nope.
Really?
I mean, I spent hours and hours and hours combing through all of the online things,
Okay.
Getting the information from Deb, getting the information from Candy Dorenzo, and I believe this is all accurate.
Okay. All right. So
I
this
mean,
is
it's
all
your
this is
memory
all-
of what's accurate too, but if anybody has any questions, feel free to let me know.
Declare the state of emergency. I'll bring to you. March 5th. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Original project.
Rob.
Yep.
This version that you have here
Mhm.
does not include the revisions from Pat Brennan. So if you want, you could look on your computer in your email box. I have the version that does.
This is the one that you're saying, the one that Pat sent to both you and I?
No. I took Pat Brennan's comments and I am.
Oh, you already
putting them
revised it.
into- What? I
You already
revised.
revised it.
So if you don't mind, it might make sense to look at the one I just sent you and then bring that one up.
All right, hold on. Why didn't you send it to me?
I did.
I don't got it.
Does anybody else have it?
I don't.
Bob, I don't know if you paid your internet bill, man.
I thought you were paying it. Hold on a minute, I'm gonna send it again.
What's that? That is not okay. Do sending. Waiting.
Give me a minute. Did it come through yet, Rob?
I still have nothing. Oh, no, wait a second. Hold on. There it is. That came directly, that was only to me, though. I didn't see
Well,
any.
yeah, I don't know, maybe it was somebody else's email that held it up.
All right. Desktop, save. Ten 23. Okay. Screen, share, that, share. All right, everybody see it?
Yep.
Okay,
You might want to even just put on the enabling editing thing function.
here we go. All right, so we are, what do we
Get
get
into
to?
this page here. The reason I noticed that is because I said, I filled in the date of October 10th.
Gotcha. Time period, complete the do, all those series of verbal and written extensions, change the size, design, scope, projects. All right, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna feel okay with going by what Attorney Galvin says on most of this. I'm assuming everybody else kind of feels the same way. A file inventory by date is attached. We'll have to go over that. At least look at it. Exhibit B, you're gonna have to look at that. There was at times approved by representatives to predict the original project. Jones Street ceased to be involved in 2022. It was changed by the applicant. They had to provide certain plans. Material. I'm going kind of fast here. Does anybody have
This
anything?
is spelling
You're
there,
You're doing great.
Rob, Shingle
Yep.
Mill LLC in paragraph G.
Okay.
Yep.
It's gonna be purple. Everything that I change is gonna be in purple. Jones Street Residential was acting as agent, represented by. Project, the applicant also assisted in environmental relations, Nagelus, yep, the applicant is Daniel Dimitrick. PE of Conoco and Board of PLS Conoco, architectural consultants, yep. I don't see any problems there. Okay, we talked to Mr. Brennan. Now working at his own firm at PGB Engineering LLC in Marshfield as its city peer review to do travel concern. Okay. John T. Gillen Associates, Judy Barrett of Barrett Planning Group. Yep. And architectural peer review. Yes. The consultant had a benefit with certain information provided by the Rockland Conservation Commission. What about, am I missing something? Who was the, who was that LSP company? Deb, do you remember what was the name of that, that,
Did we have somebody looking at a environmental report for us?
yeah, there was the,
Was it Vertex Engineering?
I kept wanting to say Vertex, but I can't remember. I believe that was,
It wasn't Rocks or Row or
Yeah,
There
Rux,
it is.
Row,
yeah,
ROX or something.
yeah, ROUX. And I know that, I'm pretty sure that was on the website. Deb, can you do a run through and see if you can just grab that?
Yeah.
All right, so that's gonna get added in there someplace.
You could add, after the words Henry Nova PE Beta, you could add in, the board also had the benefit of make it a new sentence,
Yeah, I'm just getting the bases in here.
had the benefit of a environmental review consultant. To evaluate.
ROUX, I think, ROUX. To where am I? Evaluate.
A 21E or a hazardous waste assessment.
Known as provided by the something
Yeah,
along those
I
lines.
did capitalize applicant throughout,
Okay.
and then
And it's HAD, not HAE.
Give me a second, Gregor. You gotta give me a second here.
Yeah.
and capitalize the word board.
The company's name is ROUX
ROUX.
Associates.
X. This. No. Also represented by its name is Council Robert W. All right, does that work?
Looks
All right.
good.
All right, here we go. Board requested and heard input from town officials, boards, community, other area and town residents throughout the hearing process, including but not limited to the selectmen, sewer commissioners, planning board, police department, fire department, joint other, Abington. Isn't that the Abington Rockland Joint Waterworks?
Yes.
Okay.
The joint waterworks.
Building commissioner, conservation commission, board of health, and others. But as property or representative to do the original project, but not limited to issues with contaminated. Okay, here we go. Issues with contaminated soils, traffic safety concerns, the massing, scale, and height of the proposed building adjoining a residential neighborhood, buffering to the residential neighborhood, lack inadequacy of parking plans, impacts to schools, impact to town water and sewer, where the town's sewer department has implemented a local plan. The amount of waivers sought from the local regulations, proximity to the alleged vernal pool, concerns that domestic water supply is not adequate to service the proposed project or will adversely impact the town of Rockland's public drinking water supply wells, the quality of fill proposed for the site, and trucking impacts, alleged clearing and dumping on the property. What else do we want to add in there?
So just so you know, what I did is I read as many abutters letters as I could.
Right.
This wasn't an effort to be verbatim text of any particular concern, but an amalgam of all of the concerns, because every letter that we received, every email that we received, we put in the file inventory.
Right. So, and I think that's a very, very good list of every single concern that everybody had thus far.
And, you know, there's probably something that we missed, but those were generally the major areas that we heard a lot of people talking about
Mhm.
throughout the whole project.
No, that's right. No, that's true. That's true.
So,
Let's
Rob,
see.
on that, should we put something that there was a lot of concern on the wetlands issues?
Well, clearing and dumping on the property, you want to just put KHIJKL?
Yeah. There was a lot of discussion on the wetlands with
And
the,
impact to wetland resource areas.
right.
Back to
You might even want to say adverse impact to wetland areas. Good catch there.
Good for you, Mr. Baker.
Yes, that
Okay.
was,
Based on the reviews by the board's peer review consultants, questions and comments from the board about another affecting the property owner about the applicant presented and revised set of plans, including redesigned buildings, site plans that among the 199. We know that. 9 partners, 37 1. This was the list that they gave us.
mhm.
Spaces 7 of which proposed as handicap accessible spaces, walkways, landscaping amenities, snow storage areas, utilities, and a stormwater management system. Eventually were modified to eliminate the clubhouse building, the reduction to 191 units, together with changes to the original project shown as the plans and comprehensive prepared on April 14th, revised on July 14th, 2023 by them. Us, the landscape plans by Charles Landscape, so they're just the landscape architect, as well as the matters described on the waiver list dated that constitute the revised project, the revised project.
Rob, if we could go back to page 5 at the bottom,
Oh,
Just
puppy.
here, the application packet expansion.
Oh,
You lean against it, I push it
Yeah.
back.
Mary
Who
has
needs to
to
shut
mute.
Is that at your place?
Mary has to mute.
No, that's someone else.
It was at Mary Parsons' house.
Okay.
All right,
Should we put in there that we granted a waiver, but
not
we
yet,
didn't grant the whole waiver?
not yet. This is all just good. This is all, right now, we're just listing, we're just going over the facts.
Just so you
Okay.
know, the parking information is something that I went over with Pat. And Pat provided me the parking expansion concept plan. And that was the date of it there, and then the footnote.
Okay.
All right, utilities and stormwater management system plan eventually were modified to eliminate the clubhouse, the reduction on and with the changes the original to do. So we know that the revised project. Following board members were present for the entire public hearing. Me, Greg, Mr. Baker. And that's it. Other board members who have been in attendance, but
We put senior in there, Rob?
Robert
Take the
Baker.
senior.
Yes.
Yeah, put it in parentheses.
Yeah,
And I think you should just put SR.
SR.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they're not technically,
I'm not technically a senior.
right.
Or you could put Robert W.
Whatever you want.
I think we know we've been doing this for so many years now.
Yeah, exactly.
We're good.
Other board members who have been in attendance, but
Yep, but did not participate.
did not participate in all the meetings include Stephen Galley, Robert Baker Jr., and others whose terms have expired, including Tim Haynes and Chuck Hasham. Yep. The law governing this application is the comprehensive permit to do, yes, it is, and the regulations probably going to Department of Housing. It's livable, is that not a word?
Livable. That's
Right
it.
there? Wasn't sure if that was like jargon or something like that.
Let me check the spelling. Yeah, there's no E.
Okay.
That's right.
Promotes regional distribution, low and towns using zoning and towns from using zoning to block construction in some town. And toward these ends, the purposes of the act. But if a town has low or moderate. Moderate.
That's right.
Moderate.
Hold on. All right, so that is correct. That's the way you want it.
Low or moderate income. Yes.
Okay, housing in excess of 10% of the
Yeah.
total
These,
number. of-
these paragraphs are pretty much boilerplate stuff.
Regulations expand the conditions satisfying the act to moderate income. There it is again. The board's decision on accompanying balance the regionally for low or. Yeah. Is it, should I take that hyphen out of there?
Nope,
Okay,
that's purposeful.
okay. There's some findings. The town of Rockland, including as context in this decision permits its boards, commissions, departments, the town does not meet the statutory minimum set forth in Mass General, according to the subsidized percent of the town's total housing stock is comprised of thus the town had not met the 10% statutory as the date of the board's receipt of the application. The board received no evidence that the existing affordable housing units are on sites which comprise more than one. The board did not accept decisions of which require the board to provide written notice to the applicant with a copy of the decisions as to denial of the permit that did to the grounds that have been met. Okay. The granting of this comprehensive will not result in the commencement of construction or of low or moderate income housing units on a site comprising more than 0.3% of land area in the town or 10 acres, whichever is larger, zone for residential, commercial, or industrial. Still boilerplate. The town does not qualify for any of the safe harbor provisions, most specifically town. We know this. Shingle Mill LLC, the applicant received a project eligibility, whatever, from Highest Housing dated February 19th, 2020, which was submitted to the board. We've had that based on determination made by substitute easy as defined in the regulations in the PEL. The board finds that the applicant has demonstrated its eligibility to submit an application for a comprehensive permit to the board, and the revised project fulfills the minimum project eligibility requirements as set forth in 760 CMR 56.041. Okay. Property situated close to the boundary of the town of Norwell and in close proximity to Route 3 contains that more or less is defined. Yep. We know all this. This is all kind of the same. To the northwest of the site is a large property and commercial use by home improvement store and the restaurant Wendy's. To the east and southeast of the property, there is just known as the park and neighborhoods comprised of single family and 1 and 2 family. Okay. Was located near the property. Yep, the parcels on which the proposed project is proposed are shown on the Rockland assessors maps. Applicant may have since proposed the project required a report. Okay. So we know. Do we take this off?
No, I'll leave it there because it's
Okay.
not part of the record.
Oh, yeah, that's. Property is presently undeveloped. However, there is evidence that there was some prior clearing and dumping of urban debris on the site. Portion of the site is accessed from a narrow strip of upland leading from Pond Street, a short distance northerly of the entrance on the opposite side of Pond Street to the Assinippie Park and Industrial Park leading into the town of Norwell and Hanover. There is an extensive expanse of wetlands, including who's making this? The applicant had filed a notice of intent with the Rockland Conservation Commission while the public hearing on this matter was ongoing and submitted site plans from our wetland buffer. The applicant withdrew its notice of intent prior to the hearing. Principal in Shuma, Rick Lincoln, has prior experience in creating market rate revenue. Okay, Patrick Brennan provided a peer review of the site and civil engineering plans, including the plans relating to the original project and the revised project in response to several of Mr. Brennan's comments, as well as certain environmental concerns about the site and limiting conditions. The applicant made material revisions to the site plans with the modifications to the site plans. Mr. Brennan's peer review of the site and civil engineering aspects of the project found them to be in general compliance with applicable state laws and regulations and followed acceptable engineering practices, provided that certain conditions he proposed were included in this decision and that such conditions are included herein. To be sure, Mr. Brennan has opined that there are still outstanding concerns with respect to aspects of the revised project. Pat, you good with all that?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, I'm fine with that.
Cliff Bowman, I squared that, was retained by the board to perform that. Comment letters and several of his recommended the applicant and its current architect have made revisions to the building plans incorporating some of those recommendations, and revised building plans and building renderings were provided to the board in May of 2023. Applicant submitted traffic transportation impact study. John Gillen retained the board to perform a peer review of the TIA and other traffic and parking issues. Mr. Gillen's peer review dated this, included comments that were responded to by Mr. Bandini and McMahon. Based upon the review, modifications were made to the project. Mr. Gillen opined that the proposed southbound left turn storage lane to Longwater Drive is essential, shown on the proposed roadway improvements at Pond Street and Longwater Drive, Rockland, Mass, prepared by McMahon. Pat, is that the plan you're talking about?
Yep,
Okay.
that is.
Mr. Gillen also suggested that construction at the site start after 8:30 a.m. so as to not conflict with weekday peak hour traffic. Okay. According to the applicant, the joint Abington Waterworks were joint Abington Waterworks, which provides.
Yeah, can you just fix that word joint, Rob,
Oh, yeah.
and put joint after Abington Rockland?
Yeah. We're gonna put that out of there. Abington Rockland. Paste it in there. No, we're gonna paste it in there. And we're gonna do this, do something like that, purple, which provides public drinking water to the town of Rockland. The revised project proposes connect to.
Yeah.
To connect to the public water supply system for fire protection purposes, since there is insufficient water capacity to provide domestic water for the proposed project according to them. The applicant is in the process of site testing of on-site testing to determine if there will be sufficient domestic drinking water supply from on-site groundwater supply wells. As of the close of the public hearing, the applicant had not concluded its testing to firmly determine that 1, there was adequate drinking water for the domestic project, and that any proposed on-site groundwater wells based on proximity to the Abington would not adversely impact or reduce the safe yield to the public water supply, and which would result in no project. The waterworks sent letters to the board recommending.
Rob,
Yeah,
where it says would result in no project, could we put, instead of no project, put result in I lost my thought. It just sounds like we're saying if they don't get the water supply, there's no project. It wouldn't be viable. The project would not be viable.
if they don't get water, there is no project.
Right. But it just sounds like they're saying no,
No viable project.
Okay, would
no
result in
viable project.
no viable project, the viable project.
Would trigger a denial? I don't know.
Let's not
Right.
overthink this, guys. which would result in no viable project. We all know what we're trying to say.
Right.
Sent letters to the board recommending against any waivers, suggesting certain conditions, including the performance of a hydro modeling of this proposed development to demonstrate the fate and transport of contaminants from the proposed and also certain groundwater modeling and firm yield estimated calculations demonstrating no negative impacts or reductions in the safe yield of the Hingham Street Reservoir.
Quick question.
Yep. Who's that?
Stephen.
Okay.
I was muted when you were talking about the no project.
Yep.
My quick question is, what agency would stop them from proceeding because they don't have adequate water? They don't meet that. What's the agency that would stop that? Or law? Is it the?
That would say that they have no viable project.
Yeah.
Tom Rubel.
It would also be the board, this board.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
we're saying right out, if they don't have water, that's it. That's that somewhere in there, there's a condition that says if they don't have a drinking water supply, it's not gonna happen.
Okay. All right. Good. I was just curious if it was something outside of the Rockland government. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Thank you.
Town of Rockland is currently served by a municipal sewer system. The applicant is unable to dispose of wastewater on site due to the proximity of the site in zones that are proximate to public drinking water wells and supplies. The applicant is proposing to connect the revised project to the Rockland sewer system. The town of Rockland is currently subject to an Environmental Protection Agency EPA administrative consent order issued on 2006, which said EPA administrative consent to the town in response to violations of total. We know all this. In response to that, the town submitted a plan for compliance in 2007 that included summaries of all that, inflow and infiltration and annual flow monitoring plan including sump pump identification and removal program and implementation. Okay. Town was alleged what does that mean? Inter alia.
Inter alia means amongst other things.
Okay, to have continued to discharge wastewater volumes that exceed the monthly average flow. Over the 5-year period from June 1st, 2017 to May of 2022, the town violated the monthly average. During the same period, the town also violated its daily maximum and weekly average limitations for ammonia nitrogen for 3 months, its whole effluent toxicity limitations for 3 months, and its TSS limitations for 1 month. A summary of NPDES permit violations was provided to the town. On May 19, 2021, the Town of Rockland Sewer Commission established a new connection moratorium that became effective July 1st, 2021. Based on certain findings of violations in 2022, the EPA issued a document entitled Findings and Violations in Order of which provided a schedule for compliance that the EPA deemed to be reasonable. Functionally, an amendment to the ACO said order via the said order, that word requires the town to provide the EPA with actions it has taken to comply with their market sewer approval to connect the system. Okay. I'm considering that as is, and and again, Bob wouldn't have put that down.
This is an effort to condense multi-page documents into a more easily understandable thing, and I'm sure it doesn't do it justice, but it's an effort to make a summary of what's gone on.
Based on the foregoing, the board will require the applicant's revised project to be placed on the Rockland Sewer Commission's current wait list for sewer capacity, which was implemented as a part of the moratorium. In that position that it would be in as of the date of the issuance of this comprehensive permit, and require the applicant to supply at its cost and expense a study with an engineer an engineering firm that is sufficiently skilled and experienced with municipal sewer systems and with the demonstrated ability to complete a new sewer system evaluation survey of the Rockland sewer system to identify and recommend specific pipe segments and service connections for rehabilitation sufficient to provide that the quantity of so-called infiltration and inflow permitted by the ACO in order to allow a new connection into the existing sewer system. The applicant will also be required to either pay for the entire cost of the implementation or implement the specified improvements to reach the required I&I reduction by a contractor approved by the sewer commission, which said approval should not be unreasonably withheld. Only through the reduction of I&I can the existing system accept a new sewer connection. Should the existing system be sufficiently upgraded or replaced, eliminating the EPA orders and conditions, the applicant will be permitted to connect to the sewer system. Okay. Portion of the proposed sewer main that would convey sewage from the development to the Rockland sewer system would pass through the Zone A surface water protection area tributary to the Rockland Reservoir. According to Pat Brennan, PE, this is not allowed by 310 CMR 22.20B3B, which reads, all sewer lines and appurtenances are prohibited, except as required to eliminate existing or potential pollution to the water supply or where the crossing of tributaries is necessary to construct a public sewer system. According to Mr. Brennan, the proposed sewer line does not meet either of the two exceptions listed in the regulations and would require a DEP variance. According to Mr. Brennan, Conoco also provided an alternative route for the sewer line, which would not pass through Zone A. However, the alternate route is within 25 feet of a vernal pool, and it crosses through private property, assesses parcel that, which Mr. Brennan indicated is not owned or controlled by the applicant and is not a viable option. The applicant shall be required as a condition of this decision to obtain DEP approvals prior to the commencement of any work, or alternately obtain DEP approval to connect in the alternate manner proposed. Pat, you good with all that?
Yeah, and that, that's where it's going near the vernal pool, that's the parcel that they did purchase after the close of the public hearing.
All right. Letter M, the applicant will file for project coverage under the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System Construction General Permit Program prior to beginning any land disturbance activity on the site, which shall include preparations in compliance with a project-specific stormwater pollution prevention plan, meeting permit requirements. Copies of both the NPDES Notice of Coverage and the SWPPP shall be submitted to the board, the board's peer review consultant, Patrick Brennan, PE, and the building commission. Letter N, the applicant submitted and the Rockland Fire Department reviewed the original project plans and the revised project plans in its letter to the board dated January 7, 2022. The deputy fire chief detailed the fire department's concerns with response times for a project of this size and the ability of the fire department to handle a major incident, and recommended a series of conditions detailed on their letter, many of which were based on life safety concerns. The revised project will be conditioned to meet these conditions. During the public hearing process, the board received many comments, both verbal and written, on the original project and the revised project. Comments were overwhelmingly opposed to the optional project and the original project and the revised project, with the majority of comments citing environmental issues to wetlands, public water supplies, the size of the project, concerns with access through the abutting neighborhood, lack of water supply, impact to public water supply, traffic congestion, and the lack of parking as overriding concerns. Anybody else want to throw anything else in there?
The environmental issues is in this one that Mr. Baker pointed out before.
Exactly. That's why I'm just making sure everybody's cool with that. The board appreciates that residents of the town who actively participated in this public hearing and the board appreciates that residents of the town who actively participated.
Word that is extra should be cut out.
That is extra.
Yeah.
I was going there. The board appreciates residents of the town who actively participated in this public hearing and the willingness to politely share with the board their views. And that out of there, the board appreciates. Just going to do that so we know the balance. And the board finds that the conditions imposed in this decision are necessary in order to address the local concerns as defined In the regulations, the board finds that such conditions will not render the revised project uneconomic. To the extent that such conditions may render the revised project uneconomic, the board finds that the local concerns outweigh the potential benefits of the proposed affordable units. The board finds that granting certain waivers from local bylaws and regulations is acceptable, even though granting any waivers may have an adverse impact on certain local concerns. Nevertheless, the board finds that the local concerns affected by the revised project do not outweigh the regional need for affordable housing, except as provided. Since the applicant elected not to present evidence on the feasibility of the revised project, the board determined it would be in the best interests of justice and expediency and consistent with the requirements of the act to close the public hearing without further information on the financial feasibility of the revised project. All right. So
So
now we
that's,
get down to the decision.
Rob, that's everything. That's everything that you would consider as background information.
Yep.
Okay. So you could skip over the decision part and you
Okay,
can look at conditions first, whatever you guys want to do.
okay.
You
Let's
may
not talk
decide
about
after looking at the conditions that the project can't be conditioned.
Yep.
Appropriately. So I think that's the practical way of looking at it.
Absolutely. Did you separate these conditions into certain like subheadings? I see
did.
general conditions. Did you do like
Yep.
before construction, during construction, after construction? Okay.
General conditions, except that it just in a way I've seen it done in a lot of other communities, including us.
Project shall be bound by all applicable local, federal, state laws, regulations, way pursuant to, we've done this a million times, and shall not take any action or fail to take any action that would cause this project not to meet the requirements of the provisions of the act. You know that. Except as may be provided for in the following conditions or in the final plan, the project shall be constructed substantially in conformance with the last revised plans and drawings as identified as the revised project, which for purposes of this comprehensive permit shall be considered the approved plans for the revised project, the approved plans. The applicant shall file appropriate documentation to be organized as a limited dividend entity as required by the act. And as its successors assigned shall comply with the limited dividend and other applicable requirements of the act and the regulations adopted thereunder. The project shall consist of not more than 199 residential units in the following configuration. The so-called bar building, 68 one-bedrooms, 23 two-bedrooms, 9 three-bedrooms, total of 100 units in the bar building. The so-called L building, 37 one-bedroom, 49 two-bedroom, 13 three-bedroom, total units 99. So that's 199 between. On-site parking has been proposed at the project as follows: 299 total spaces in a surface lot on the site and shown on the revised plans. The applicant has also offered a concept plan showing 3 alternate concept parking plans called Concept 1, 2, 3. In which as many as 345 parking spaces are proposed on a plan dated that by Conoco. All proposed parking spaces shown on the applicant's plan are identified as 9 by 18, which is not consistent with the Rockland zoning law, which contains a minimum dimension of parking spaces as well as a proper ratio of full size versus reduced size parking spaces. The revised plans also show 7 handicap spaces. The board will allow 70% of the parking spaces to be reduced size, and that the remaining 30% of the parking spaces be full size. Will require that the proper number of handicap spaces be provided as per building code, and will allow a parking ratio of 1.5 spaces per unit. Let me finish before anybody says anything. This will require a revision to the proposed parking plans. All surface parking associated with the revised project will be screened from view by a dense vegetative buffer to all residential abutters to lessen off-site migration, and shall be illuminated with fixed lighting fixtures that are equipped with baffles that prevent any off-site migration of light. Gregor,
Yeah.
this is your baby.
Yeah. At the last hearing, the board agreed that the parking ratio would be 2.0 spaces per unit.
I remember that.
Yeah,
We addressed it in waivers. That's where it's addressed.
It's gonna be addressed in the waivers. All right,
I don't understand what that means, addressed in the waivers.
Well, they asked for a waiver of the parking bylaw.
Mhm.
And the way I remember it from the meeting that I attended, we were granting it in part and denying it in part. But, you know, whatever you want to do on parking is up to you all. If you require them to have a parking ratio of two spaces per unit, and if you go back up to the mix of the buildings, you'll see how many one bedrooms there are.
Mhm.
If you have 2 spaces per unit, so there's almost what, 5, there's 105 one-bedroom units.
Yeah, my notes agree with what Greg said.
My memory agrees with what Greg said.
Partial waiver to allow 2 spaces per unit.
Okay, then that would be 2 spaces per unit then.
We wanted two spaces per unit, but I'm pretty sure we also said that the 70-30 rule was okay. You know, we said that we wanted the 70-30 rule.
70 spaces, meaning 79 by 18 and 30 full size?
Yeah, percentage, because they were going 100% reduce size.
I think you'd probably need some input from Pat as to whether they can locate that many spaces.
Pat,
The bylaw is actually, you can have up to 30% compact size.
so it's the other way
70%.
around.
Yeah, so 70% are supposed to be the 10 by 20s.
But I think when the board was meeting on this, Pat, the board allowed them to go 70% of the smaller spaces,
Yeah.
but wanted 30% of the spaces to be the full-size spaces. And then it also said minimum of 2 spaces per unit.
Right, so they're gonna have to, they're going to have to expand that parking, most likely over toward that Wilson Street property, like they showed us on some of those plans back in the spring.
Mhm.
And they, you know, they will hopefully be able to make, you know, perhaps with that expansion, they can be the 10 by 20s and make it work. But it's going to be tight, but you know, that's what the board wants. So they're going to have to find the room for it over in that area.
They proposed to do it. You know, or in the way that they were saying, they proposed to look at it in the future.
Yeah.
You know, they were going to use. They
They
were
won't
going
be,
to use it
they
as
won't
a.
be looking at it in the future. They'll be doing it now because they won't have enough space
Oh yeah,
unless they incorporate some of the area in one of those concepts.
right.
I got a question.
What do you got?
So they said all proposed non-accessible designated parking spaces are 9 by 18 spaces. Non-accessible, does that mean handicap?
Yes.
Okay. So when we went over the list of waivers, you agreed, the voting members agreed that all non-accessible designated parking spots would be 9 by 18, all. So I don't think you put anything in there for any 10 by 20 spaces. You accepted their proposal for all 9 by 18.
I if you look at the waivers, the action on the waivers makes that clear what's required. But I do agree that this draft decision contains an error because I thought it was 1.5 to 1.
I don't
I'm-
even. Can
I'm
we
all-
waive that though? When it
We
comes to the size of the handicap spaces, I don't know
Sure.
if we can waive that.
You can make them whatever you want.
Yeah,
You
the
have
the handicap spaces are actually smaller than 9 by 18. The width of a handicap space, if it's a van accessible, it's 8 feet wide, and then you have the 5-foot aisle next to it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then there's no waiving on that anyway. So. And again, I'm adamant about the 2 spaces per unit. The sizes, we can talk about it if we have to. But I'm pretty sure we already had that down.
Yeah, you guys hammered that out in the live in-person meeting at the school.
All right, Greg, where's Greg? I know it, I know he's still, there you are.
Yeah.
What's your memory on the parking?
It's in the
My
way.
memory on the parking is that we voted to allow them to have 30% full size and 70% economy size,
Okay,
which is a mirror opposite of our bylaw,
right,
but we are granting them a waiver.
okay.
Was that an individual itemized waiver request?
Yes,
Okay,
All right, so when it comes to this, Bob, how do you want to handle that?
I think all I'd like you to do, because I think Greg and Steve are correct, is change the ratio to 2.0.
All right, so
It's not back the other way.
Rob, on the waivers,
we're not there yet.
Waivers are at the end.
On-site parking is proposed,
Next
the
page.
applicant has also offered a concept plan showing that in which parking. Revised plans also show that the board will, okay. The revised plans also show that board will allow 70% of the parking spaces to be reduced size. That's fine. And the remaining to be full size will require that the proper number of handicap spaces be provided as per building code. And will allow a parking ratio of, change that to 2.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, you know. Per unit, this will require a revision to the proposed parking plans. All surface parking associated with the revised one shall be screened from view. Okay, so that's it. The building shall be consistent with the revised architectural plans by BKA architects submitted to the board after January. Well, are we missing a date here?
I didn't have the date.
Okay. Deb, any chance you can come up with that at some point, or I'm assuming you've already looked at it?
I'll come up with,
All right. I'm gonna put that in there as that color. So we know, no, actually, we already have that color as that color. So we know we have to do something. 20, okay. All building fixtures and appliances shall comply with Energy Star requirements and all energy efficient requirements. Yep, affordable units shall be interspersed evenly throughout the revised project as determined by the subsidizing agency during final approval in the substantial conformity with the approved plans pursuant to the waiver list in Exhibit B. The board has granted only those waivers from the Rockland Town Code, zoning bylaw, and other local bylaws and regulations deemed necessary for the revised project to proceed. The revised project shall comply with all local regulations of the town unless specifically waived herein. Some of the requested waivers have been granted conditionally by the board as set forth in Exhibit B. Those conditions are expressly incorporated by reference as conditions of approval to this comprehensive permit. No waivers are granted from the requirements that they are beyond the purview of the act, and no waivers of any requirements otherwise within the board jurisdiction under the act have been granted except for those specifically granted by the board as set forth in Exhibit B. To the extent the approved plans reflect a waiver not expressly granted in Exhibit B, the terms and conditions of Exhibit B shall govern. There shall be no waiver of permit or inspectional fees, water fees, betterments, or assessments. Any subsequent revision to the approved plans that requires additional or more expansive waivers must be approved by the board in accordance with 760 CMR 56.0511 A9. The applicant shall copy the board through the board secretary and the building commissioner on all correspondence between the applicant and any federal, state, or town official, board, or commission concerning the conditions set forth in this decision, including but not limited to all testing results, official filings, environmental approvals, and all permits like that, other than plans filed with the building commissioner to comply with state building code, except as otherwise specifically provided herein. Where this decision provides for the submission of plans or other documents for approval by the building commissioner or town or other town departments, the building commissioner or applicable department head will use reasonable efforts to review and provide a written response within 60 days following. Town shall have the right to retain outside professional consultant assistance at the applicant's expense, subject to applicable law, to assist in the enforcement and administration of this comprehensive permit is reasonably determined by the building commissioner or applicable department head for submissions that require assistance from an outside consultant as determined by the building commissioner or applicable department head. The 60-day time period shall not begin until the consultant's fee has been fully funded by the applicant. Provisions of the comprehensive shall be binding. And the obligation shall run with the title to the property in the event that the applicant sell transfer the property revised comprehensive permit shall be binding upon the purchaser, transferee, or assignee and any successor purchasers, transfers, or sign. The limited dividend restrictions shall apply to the owner of the revised project, regardless of sale, transfer, or assignment of the project. All other infrastructure located on the site and shown on the approved plans as serving the project shall remain private in perpetuity, and the town shall not have nor in the future any responsibility for the installation, inspection, operation, or maintenance of the infrastructure, including but not limited to snow removal and landscape maintenance. In this regard, the driveway within the site is a privately owned element of the revised project and shall not be dedicated to or accepted by the town. We already know that, without further town approval. All right. Except to the extent inconsistent with applicable, the board hereby designates the town's building commissioner as its agent to review and approve matters on the board behalf of the right of the Canada shall permit guidance from the board as to this decision and time documents filed with the building commissioner in conjunction with the revised project and according to the building project. Shall boards file with respect to the board's designee shall be retained in the board's file with respect to that. Okay. Affordability, at least 25% of the units shall be affordable in perpetuity, maximum amount, what to do with income at or below 80% of the, this is boilerplate, we know this. I'm not worried there. Regulatory agreement in the form provided by the subsidizing agent provided and approved as to form by land use council, the regulatory agreement shall be executed prior to the occupancy. Yep, again, boilerplate, we know this execution shall be recorded with the Plymouth County Registry of Deeds, and a recorded copy shall be provided to the board. Shall submit to the town's planning board and town planner or planning director an annual certification report from the affordability monitoring agent pursuant to the regulatory agreement on the compliance requirements set forth in the regulatory agreement, including again boilerplate. Regulatory agreement is in effect, the subsidizing, that's boilerplate. System, hold on. If at any time the subsidizing agency ceases to monitor applicants' compliance with the affordability requirements set forth in the regulation, the applicant shall nonetheless continue to comply with the affordability requirements. All right, we know that. Okay. It's yellow, so something's happening here. If requested,
Yeah, so-
Rockland Select Board. Todd, yes, Bob, talk to me.
So this is kind of a something that the board could, kind of get behind if you want, but it basically involves a local regulatory agreement that kind of expands the rights to maintain the property as affordable housing. And it's really something that the selectmen could, select in the future. We didn't spend a lot of time talking about it, but it imposes some more stringent requirements than the typical state regulatory agreement. It's not overly burdensome on the applicant because they're restricting the housing anyways, but that is something that we could talk about when we get to Exhibit C.
Okay. I guess my first question is it, does it violate any state laws?
I mean, I've seen it agreed to and I've seen it opposed. So in my opinion, it doesn't violate any state laws,
Okay.
but it's something that's not mandatory either.
You've seen it opposed though?
Yeah, it's been opposed and it's been agreed to.
What was the general opposition to it? They just didn't
Create some
want it.
additional financial obligation on the part of the property owner to get another regulatory agreement approved.
Okay. All right, we'll talk about that when we get to Exhibit C. The applicant shall, at its sole cost and expense, develop an affirmative fair housing. The applicant shall select tenants, and we already know that. Submission requirements prior to the start of any construction or development activities authorized under this decision, including without limiting the site plan on the site, whether or not pursuant to the building permit, the applicant shall file for project coverage under the National Construction Permit Program. And yeah, the NIPD's program, including preparation and compliance with the project-specific stormwater pollution meeting permit requirements. Provide the building commissioner and the board with the following final set shall be deemed to be consistent with what to do, copies of both the NIPD's sources of coverage and the SWPP documentation, including a mounting analysis, if applicable, showing the revised project stormwater management system complies with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, stormwater, like that. A final construction management plan, including all items identified in CMP submitted by the applicant during the hearing, and which will include a construction schedule and parking plan for vehicles, and a plan for the removal of debris and delivery of materials, including jurisdiction. Okay, hold on. CMP shall prohibit the use of any public way or public parking area under the jurisdiction of the town for parking by employees, contractors, and shall also detail the use of public ways under the jurisdiction of the town, along with details concerning proposed detours, all of which shall be subject to the approval of the highway director or other office of the town with jurisdiction. Copy of the stormwater management operation, proof that dig safe has been notified, details of any temporary construction signs. C, submit to the building department and the town's peer review consultants, a construction schedule identifying the sequence and approximate dates, contractors, field engineers, wetland specialists, and other professionals that will be involved. Staking driveways, foundations, parking areas, drainage basins, and other drainage structures, and any well locations, placement of sediment and erosion controls, and limit of the construction fencing, identifying and improving central trees to the removal of vegetation, topsoil, drainage system construction, business shelter, individual who shall be responsible for all construction activities on the site. Nice. Provide a long-term property management plan in a form acceptable to the town planner or planning director and the building commissioner for the complete project. Requires that the property management plan identify the minimum details concerning how the transportation demand management aspects of this decision will be implemented, who the day-to-day responsible parties will be, detailed continuity plan, contingency plans in the event of an emergency, including a fire, a flood, vehicular accident, and plans and contingencies for day-to-day and periodic on-site maintenance, and the applicant commit in reading something wrong, and the applicant commit in the plan to appropriate terms in any tenant leases concerning the enforcement of reasonable rules and regulations at the site. I'm getting tired, so I don't really, all that, I don't know what I just read.
It's required. It's
Okay.
just that the plan, the long-term property management plan,
Yep,
put a provision in the lease
Yep.
saying that their people are bound to follow the reasonable rules and regulations.
fine. At least 1 week prior to beginning any land disturbance activities, authorized, the applicant will conduct an on-site inspection with the building commissioner, highway director, and a representative of the conservation commission, and at the building commissioner's office of the town's site civil peer reviewer to observe the erosion controls installed at the site and review the erosion controls anticipated. It is understood and agreed that any soil remediation on the property, if any, is not subject to this decision and may be conducted at any time, subject to compliance with any applicable state regulations. Submit to the building commissioner, the company affiliation, name, address, and cellular and business telephone numbers of the construction superintendent. Yep. Copy of financial municipal lien certificate. That's fine. Certification from the applicant that all required federal, state, that's fine. Proof that dig safe, fine. Proof that street signage is in place to ensure that That's fine. Submit to the board and the town planner or planning director a report in a form acceptable to the applicant and town planner, status compliance with the requirements of the seven. Okay, deliver to the board a check in the amount to be determined by the building commissioner, but not to exceed $20,000 to be used to retain outside experts for technical reviews and inspections required to ensure compliance with the requirements of this comprehensive permit. Such amount shall be used by the building commissioner. Such amount shall be used by the building commissioner determines. Again, I feel like I'm missing a word here. Determines that outside. Such amount shall be used by the building commissioner if he determines that outside experts are needed.
Such amount shall be used by the building commissioner.
Should he determine, or
If he determines. Building commissioner or outside consultants, if the building commissioner determines that outside consultants. Outside consultants,
outside consultants, yeah,
if the building commissioner.
Yeah.
Determines.
okay. So such amount shall be used by the building commissioner or outside consultants if the building commissioner determines that the outside experts are needed. The funds shall be deposited by the board in the amount of,
Can you capitalize building commissioner too?
Yeah. Building commissioner. Commissioner, I'm just gonna do something like that. Like that, because it's perfect. And shall only be used for the if at any time the board reasonably determines that there are insufficient funds to cover the cost of technical reviews, it shall inform the applicant, and the applicant shall forthwith deliver additional funds as specified for the board in a reasonable amount as may be determined by the board. Post a bond. Insurance, disaster funds, and such terms within this bond or other security shall first be approved by town council upon permanent stability services and installations. The applicant may submit a request to the board for release of the bond or other security upon permanent stabilization of all surfaces and installation and the town's acceptance of all drainage infrastructure. The applicant may submit a request to the board for release of the bond or other security. Okay, I'm there. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall, before this comp permit, submit to the board and the town planner or planning director evidence of final approval. Submit to the board and town planner or planning director certified copies of the regulatory agreement and warrants or the revised part. To submit to the building commissioner and the board final construction and engineering. We already know that. Appropriate signage shall be shown on the final plans. The final plan shall include full and detailed landscaping plans, shade trees, as well as this. Any comments from the peer review consultant, the board, or the building commissioner must be made in writing within 60 days after submission by the applicant. And if no comments or requests for additional information are received within such period, then the final plans shall be deemed to be consistent with the terms of this decision. When able to connect, either pay the town the required sewer connection fees and I&I mitigation fees in accordance with the then current sewer department fee schedule, which is currently calculated at the ratio of 11:1 based on Title V daily sewage flows, 110 gallons per day per bedroom. Any rate of $3 per gallon of flow, or implement to completion the required I&I mitigation at the discretion of the sewer commission. If requested by the sewer, the applicant shall provide to the commission satisfactory combination of I&I removal and the monetary fees. Okay. Submit to the Rockland Fire Department such plans and other materials as are required by the state building code. That satisfies, I know that satisfies him. Submit a trash and recycling management plan to the Board of Health. That's fine. Obtain and file with the building a copy of all required federal, state, and local permits and approval required. Yep, prior to issuance of certificate for any portion. Project, the applicant shall provide a letter to the board signed by the applicant civil engineer certifying the project has been constructed in compliance with the final plans and all material aspects except as specifically noted and approved by the building commissioner. Obtain acceptance from the Rockland Fire Department. Such testing submit to the board and the town planner. Updated comprehensive permit status report, submit the portions of the as-built plan, submit the portions of the as-built plans pertaining to the stormwater management system and certification by peer review engineer of compliance with the conditions of approval for the stormwater management system, the peer reviewers' comments and recommendations submitted during the course of the public hearings of this comprehensive and the approved stormwater management plans. Okay. Why do we have to submit portions of the as-built plans? Are we allowing them, once the drainage system is done, that gets as-built and then Pat signs off on it if it's cool. Once the, is that what you're saying?
Can you just go back to which?
I'm just looking at submit the portions of the as-built plans pertaining to the stormwater management system. I'm just wondering if that's like, once it gets installed, once it gets installed and backfilled, do we require them to give Pat a drainage as-built? I'm assuming. And then Pat reviews that. Once the sewer connections are done, or however we deal with this, then that would be a separate plan or something like that. Because typically I'm used to seeing one giant plan. That's the only reason why I'm asking.
Well,
I know that the stormwater management system, I think that condition came from the senior housing one at the end of I forget the name of that, Norman Street.
Norman Street.
And basically the board wanted to make sure that the stormwater system was functioning prior to them actually starting to I think it was even before starting to construct the building.
I agree 100%.
And so that's why it was asked to submit the stormwater management system as built once that system was done, so that we could make sure that was built per plan and functioning.
No, I agree 100%. I just want to make sure you're getting the number of as-built plans that you kind of need, because you know where I'm coming from. We usually get a request to do a site as-built plan, and that technically usually covers everything. As-built plans for something like this sometimes comes from the developer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I want to make sure there's like a clear designation, because again, if it's just coming from the developer, sorry, I don't trust it.
could we say the developer and the contractor?
All what I'm
Installation
saying is typically, let's say he's got XYZ, construction company installing the system. Well, that XYZ construction company has a layout guy. He's the one who's doing all the layout for it. He's going to be the one that as-built it. He's going to be the one that puts together a as-built that Pat's going to end up looking at. And Pat's going to be basing it on a non-registered professional's representation of what's out there. So if that's the case, I'm not thrilled with that, because in the end, whoever does the final as-built for the whole place, that has to be a registered professional, and they're not going to certify anything for the subsurface drainage because they didn't locate it. They didn't do the survey on it. I know Pat understands where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I think that you can just, if you can just scroll down a little, just so I can see what the continuation says. I think you can probably just say submit portions of the as-built plans pertaining to the stormwater system prepared by the applicant's site civil engineer,
Okay. Submit. the-
registered civil engineer.
Registered similar, and submit the portions of the as-built plans pertaining to the stormwater system and certification by peer review engineer of compliant. Okay, so stormwater management system as prepared by the applicant's registered CIVI engineer. Does that work for you, Pat?
How about if we say signed and sealed instead of prepared by, signed and sealed by the applicant's registered?
Signed and stamped.
Sealed is the same thing.
Signed and sealed is fine, but the applicant's
Yeah.
registered civil engineer.
And the applicant, you want to capitalize applicant, put an apostrophe on the E. I mean, on the S.
Yep. Applicant's registered
E. Yep.
civil
That's good.
engineer and plan surveyor, because I know that civil engineers don't know how
Yep.
to measure anything, so. You're not gonna yell at me, Pat? Come on, man.
You can say and or land surveyor.
I don't want and or.
Okay.
I want them both.
Okay.
I want to know that their registered land surveyor went out and looked at this,
That
because
works.
again, I've been in so many different situations where construction companies call us up, tell us to do an as-built. We go out there, we don't show the subsurface drainage. They tell us we got to show the subsurface drainage, and then we get in an argument.
Right. Yep.
Where is it? You know, it's difficult pertaining to the stormwater management system as signed and sealed by their applicant's registered civil engineer and land surveyor, and certification by peer review engineer of compliance with the peer reviews. Okay, so you're good with that?
Yes.
Oh, board. Are we okay with that too? And I'm going personal here. I apologize.
That's fine.
All right, land surveyor, certifications to do, review to do, submit to the building commission, highway director, a final operations maintenance plans for the stormwater management system, which shall conform to the requirements of the final plans document to the reasonable satisfaction of the building commissioner that the revised project has been constructed in accordance with the applicable law of final plans. And this comprehensive, except only for items deemed by the building commission to be of a finishing nature appropriate for a punch list, provided that the town, and when you're gonna, just hitting save here, to provide to the town a 1-year guarantee on all new plant material such that the applicant will replace any tree or shrub that dies within this time period prior to this.
How about grass too?
Any new plant or
Will be
grass,
replaced.
plant or grass. Prior to this, instruct the applicant prior to issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the last residential building or unit to be constructed. The applicant shall install the final infrastructure for the revised project, the final infrastructure, including but not limited to, but not limited, including but not be limited to intermediate and final course of pavement, remaining landscaping, and any punch list items identified by the building, ultimately, if the applicant desires to obtain such final occupancy permits for the final dwelling unit before the completion of said final infrastructure, it shall deposit monetary security with the town securing the installation and construction of stuff like that. The amount of-
Rob, should we put identified by the building commissioner or any other boards or commissions in the town?
I
Like
don't
if the fire department had an issue, or, you know, the wiring inspector,
items identified by the building commissioner or any other
town
Regu-
department.
regulatory department or regulatory
Right.
board, commission
Yes.
or department.
Yes, that sounds good.
Board. Comma, commission.
Yeah.
Alternately, if the applicant desires to obtain such final occupancy permit for the final dwelling unit before the completion of said final deposit monetary security, that the amount of such security and any from the security agreement binding such as security shall be subject to approval of the building commissioner, subject to the building commissioner in town, in digital format, a final as-built utilities plan with the profiles, nice, showing actual in-ground installation of all applications, granted, inverting roadway sidewalk and associated construction. The final format shall be in a form acceptable. Shall be in a form acceptable to the building inspector. AutoCAD file delivery shall be in full model view and individual sheet views. The digital file shall include property boundaries, dimensions, easements, rights of way, edge of payments, and wetland boundaries, spot elevations, parking areas, road center lines, Digital data shall be delivered in the Massachusetts State Plan Coordinate System, North American data 1983, and North American Vertical 98, and the US. Nice. I like that. That's everything. That's everything perfect. Submit to the board and the town planner or planning director an updated comp. The only other thing that I would add in here would be stamped and sealed by the applicant's civil engineer and land surveyor. Because it doesn't say that. Oh, wait, sorry. Digital shall be delivered in digital. Shall be delivered. Because I want hard copies. I want hard copies and digital.
Stamped hard copies.
Yeah. Digital file format.
And hard copies.
Yeah, hold on. Bear with me.
Oh, it does say.
Nothing is more important than mindset. God,
What?
I want to go to the gym.
What is that?
Look at the weather, 40 degrees. I don't want to go outside.
Who is
Obviously,
that?
I'm outside.
I believe it's Deb.
Is that me? I'll mute myself.
Thank you. Did something there. Something. Okay. Everybody see what I did there? I just added a few more things that I want. I want to make sure that's on there.
You gotta highlight the hard copy on the second line.
Gotcha. Let's get there. Cool. All right, submit to the board and the town planner, planning director, an updated comprehensive permit status report, submit to the as-built plans for all buildings and the revised nice, submit verification. That all components of the stormwater management have been inspected, cleaned, and received final approval by the building commissioner and the highway director. Pat, should I put you in here too?
Yeah,
Would
if you'd
hurt.
like to, you can put the board's consulting engineer.
Damn it. Yeah, I spelled that wrong. Document to reasonable satisfaction of the building commissioner that the revised project has been constructed in accordance with the applicable law, the final plans, and this comprehensive permit. Remove and dispose of all debris. Yep. Obtain certification from the highway director. All on site and offsite. Sewer and water systems have been installed and tested. Install fire hydrants as shown. Install all exterior lighting. Perform and conduct all utilities. Regulations. Plan to do. Time such construction. The detours. Shall be subject to the approval of the appropriate office of the town with jurisdiction contractors. Shall be duly licensed. Let me just look at this again real quick. All such work shall be performed in accordance with the current engineering and construction standards. Shouldn't we say something about under the direction of the police department? Because they're the ones that gotta talk about detours and you know, they gotta help here, don't they?
Yeah.
All such work shall be performed in accordance with the current engineering and construction standards as
I would say, and in coordination with the Rockland Police Department.
and in coordination with the Rockland Police Department. In coordination with the Rockland Police Department. Fine. Measures described inconsistent. Implement the traffic and pedestrian safety measures described in and consistent with the final plans. And again, should I do that again? And you know, and in coordination with the police department, or does that really take care of it up there? Pat, any words of advice?
Yeah, I think you could repeat it again. That's fine.
Okay. Good. Shall provide on-site property management during the normal weekend. In the event the applicant leaves a management company, the applicant shall post the name, telephone number of the management company. Fertilizer, pesticide, herbicide shall be only, the herb shall only be permitted to the extent permitted by Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, and then only consistent with good landscape management. No fertilizer, pesticide, or herbicide shall be stored on site at any time. Only calcium-based de-icing materials or other material acceptable to the highway director shall be used on the vehicular and sidewalk areas, including the sidewalks within the project or on the town's public ways that are adjacent to the site.
I wouldn't,
Bob, this is you.
I
Bob
don't know.
Baker.
they are on the town's public ways that are adjacent to the site. That's telling the town that they have to use calcium too up in that area.
I hear you.
So, Rob,
Yes.
you know, I think Bob probably knows more about this than I do, but I just try to come up with something that would not be environmentally a problem there.
Here's the
Give it-
question though. What about, don't we have to is there somewhere else in here that we have to deal with? The zone A? And there's paving in the zone
Well, they
A.
gotta comply with all federal and state laws and regulations.
Okay, so
Mhm.
what about salting in that area?
Well, I would tend to think that that's probably a no salt zone, but I don't know.
It is. It is a no salt zone.
And is that a state law thing? And what I don't know is if that's a state.
Oh, it's a
law thing or
drinking
something.
water issue.
Okay, so that's still, that's a state, that's a state approval. Or that's
Pat, do
the-
you know anything about this or this? I'm not really an expert in this.
It's actually, it should be, it's governed by the town. It's typically, as part of your water management permit, you're supposed to have no salt zones and so forth. So it's, I guess it's governed by both the state and the town.
So what do you think we should do here? Pat,
I would say acceptable to the Abington Rockland Joint Waterworks instead of the highway director.
well, why don't we say both?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Abington, Rockland, Joint Water Works, Rockland. Rockland. Look at that. So I threw that in. Okay, so only calcium-based de-icer materials or other material acceptable to the highway director and the director of the Abington Rockland Joint Water Works shall be used on the vehicular and sidewalk areas, including the sidewalks within the project or on the town's public ways that are adjacent to the site. Is that gonna cover it? Do we have to specifically go in and say, approval needs to be sought for any and all areas within the zone A?
You could say more broadly than that, only materials acceptable to the highway director and the director shall be used for de-icing on the vehicular and sidewalk areas, make it broader. I don't know, Pat, are the calcium-based de-icer materials considered non-toxic?
yes.
I believe so. It's the chloride-based ones that you don't want.
Right.
Okay,
All right, so
and I
calcium.
think you could leave it the way it is, Rob.
Okay, as long as it covers the zone A thing, that's all I care about.
But you have to highlight the word and. You've been highlighting every punctuation change, I figured.
Yeah. The applicant shall provide an updated comprehensive permit status report no later than 30 days following receipt of the results of doing requests from time to time. Going to do, all catch basins shall be cleaned as necessary. Therefore, the applicant shall be responsible for maintaining the revised project stormwater management. Yep, the applicant shall be permanently responsible for operation and maintenance of the following at the project. Okay. Internal road washing, yeah, snow removal. Causing adjacent town right of way, landscaping, and trash removal, waste water systems, including domestic and fire, wastewater infrastructure, stormwater management, exterior and project design and construction. During construction, agents and employees shall conform to all local, state, and federal laws regarding noise, vibration, dust, and use of town roads and utilities. Shall at all times use all reasonable means to minimize inconvenience to the residents in the general area. Construction shall not commence on any day, Monday through Friday, before 7 a.m. Thought we said, didn't we see something about 8:30? That was Gillen, right?
On the gravel,
Yeah, that was the
Right.
trucking for the fill.
the trucking for the fill.
Construction shall not commence on any day, Monday. Okay, so that was only for the fill.
Yeah.
Okay, so construction shall not commence on any day, Monday through Friday before. Are we okay with 7? I'd rather see 8, but
8 to 5.
7 is typical.
7 is very typical, but this is not a typical site. Board members, how do you feel?
We probably wouldn't have a lot of traffic until they start actually building the.
See, this is
The
what,
buildings.
that's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, construction shall not,
Right.
commence on any basically, getting to the site, setting up and this, that, the other thing, but I'm thinking that no heavy equipment, no moving, no major, no major disturbance should happen prior to 8. People are gonna start getting there. People are gonna start setting up for the day and this, that, the other thing, but, I don't wanna see I really don't wanna see any major noise happening until like 8 o'clock. That would be my thing. But again, I've got 2 other board members I gotta talk to.
I'm good with 8 o'clock.
Greg,
Yeah, I'm good with 8 too.
all right, lastly, Pat Brennan, what do you think?
It's up to you guys. You guys are good with it. It's your decision.
8 o'clock. Or on Saturday before 8. Construction activities shall cease by 5 on all days except as.
Could we put or at dusk here? 5 PM or dusk, because in the winter it gets dark at 4:30, 4 o'clock. And those machines will have their lights on, shining all over the neighborhood.
Cease by 5 PM or dusk. Whatever is earlier.
Yes.
On all days except as may be specifically approved by the building commissioner, no construction or activity whatsoever, except for interior finishing, shall take place. No. Except for interior finishing shall take place on Sunday. No heavy equipment, including trucking and hauling, shall take place on Sunday. No heavy equipment, including trucking and hauling equipment, shall operate on the site after 5 PM. Or dusk, whichever is earlier. On any day, except in the case of emergencies, shall be responsible for funding inspections as required in compliance with the section. All right, I wonder if this is where my condition I've been saying this from day one. I'm wondering if that's where this goes. No construction traffic will be allowed on Wilson Street. None. I've been saying this from day one, and
I think that's a good idea.
I've been saying this from day one, and I got Andronico to say it on camera. Everybody knew it. Everybody knew that was going to be a condition that I was going to make sure to suggest. Greg, are you okay with that?
Or any of the other side streets up there, Kobe, Wilson.
Well, to answer your question, Rob, yes, I'm okay with it.
All right. I'm trying to figure out how to word this though, because there will be times when they do need to go onto those roads. All right. There will be times.
That road will not handle a 10 wheel.
No. And I'm not
All apart.
basically what I'm trying to say is no construction traffic to access the main site. If there is construction traffic required to update the road, because I know that there's going to be specific work that would have to be done on Wilson Street. If they're going to connect in with the sewer, or if they're going to redo the paving and this, that, the other thing. So if we say that no construction traffic related to the main site, does that make sense? Pat, I'm coming to you on this one.
All construction activity will enter Pond Street only, off of Pond Street only.
Yeah, I think, for all on-site construction, use of Wilson Street will not be allowed or something like that.
All right, I want to get this in print first, and then we'll figure out where to put it. Say that again, Pat, so I can start typing.
During all site construction, access through Wilson Street will be prohibited.
To the site via Wilson Street will be prohibited.
And maybe say during all on-site construction activities. That way it's actually on the project site.
During all on-site construction,
Activities.
access to the site via Wilson Street will be prohibited.
Rob, why don't we add that signage?
That good? Does that make sense? Right there in front of their face, right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't put it like that.
Not in big bold letters.
not in big bold letters, not underlined, not orange.
You're gonna underline it and italicize it?
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to make sure that they know that it's not gonna happen.
Then just,
Rob,
Would you add a,
then just create a condition or put the sentence under E1.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to get it typed up. I don't know where to put it. If anybody's got a place to
Rob,
put,
could we put, like we did with the school project? We put construction deliveries with arrows on them to direct them to Pond Street.
one thing at a time. Bob, where can I put this?
Take that sentence.
Yep.
And put it under E1.
Under E1? It's the first one. Okay,
During, what, I think the way it's worded, it's just awkward. Access, Wilson Street shall not be used for access for any construction activities.
but you'll allow it when they have to do work on Wilson Street, right?
Wilson Street will not be allowed.
so hold on.
Wilson Street shall not be access over Wilson Street
Yep,
shall not be allowed
so. Not be allowed.
excepting
Yep,
for work in or within the layout of Wilson Street. In or within.
in or within the layout.
Access to the site with a capital S. Shall not be allowed.
Except for work.
Well, we don't want them to access this project site through Wilson Street at all.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, so then we say access to the site over Wilson shall not be allowed, period.
Okay, hold on.
Yep.
Yep.
Access to Wilson Street for construction work.
Yep.
Within the layout of Wilson Street.
In or within the layout of Wilson Street.
Yep. Yep.
Shall be permitted.
Okay.
Right,
Sorry, I'm distracted.
I know. Access to Wilson Street for construction work.
Shall be permitted.
Access to Wilson Street for construction work in or within the layout of Wilson Street shall be permitted.
Yep, but only during the hours set forth herein.
But only during the hours set forth. That one word?
2 words. Herein.
Permitted. Access to site shall not be allowed. Access to Wilson Street for construction work in or within the layout of Wilson Street shall be permitted, but only during the hours set forth within. Wow. Okay,
Herein is the last word, not within.
is set forth. H-E-R-E. Right there?
Yep.
All right. Bob, you were talking about arrows or something, arrows or construction traffic or something?
Yeah, we put
But only during the hours set forth herein.
no construction vehicle access. On like Cary Street, Lower Reed Street. We specifically set up a route for the trucks to go. So that they'd only use Pond Street.
Yeah, but that's not what we did. We don't do that. That's construction traffic. That's managed and regulated by the police department.
Actually, the highway department made them do it.
Well, whoever it was, it's not us.
Yeah. Right.
Other than that, and I know we were talking about, construction, travel over Cary Street and this, that, the other thing. They have no reason to go over those streets unless,
They're doing improvements on them.
yeah, unless they're doing improvements, because they can't get to their site. They'd actually have to go over
No.
private property, and that's not gonna happen. All right, responsible for that, rules and regulations. Okay, the applicant shall be responsible for funding and inspections as required and in compliance with section 5 of the rules and regulations of the planning board of the town of Rockland. Okay. During construction, at the end of each workday, the applicant shall cause all erosion control measures to be in place and shall cause all materials and equipment to be secured. Upon completion of all work on site and prior to as-built approval, all debris and construction materials shall be removed, disposed of, shall be notified in writing, and the board shall be notified in writing final disposition of materials. Pond and Wilson shall not be obstructed at any time during construction. Okay, that's good. According to the applicant and the joint which provides public to the town of Rockland. The revised project can only connect to the public water supply system for fire protection purposes, since there is insufficient water capacity to provide domestic water. This decision shall constitute the necessary permission for applicant to connect to said municipal systems for this limited fire protection purposes. Subject to determination by the applicant that the applicable technical requirements have been satisfied. The applicant is in the process of on-site testing to determine in the absence of sufficient on-site groundwater supply that does not adversely impact or reduce the safe yield to the adjacent and nearby public water supplies, the project may not proceed until and unless there is an alternative source of sufficient domestic drinking water supply satisfactory to the waterworks. As for the close, as of the close of the public hearing in August, the applicant had not concluded its testing. Sent letters to the board recommending against waivers. This, that, the other thing. The board imposes the avenues and board recommending against any waivers such as uncertainties that have been enforced. The board imposes these conditions on the applicant as a condition of the board. I think this is the second time we kind of said this, or at least this is the second time it was the conditions that the waterworks are
Yeah,
recommending.
Okay,
This is the
but
second
before
time.
it was in the factual findings.
Yeah.
And now it is in the conditions.
Yep, I'm just pointing out that this is identical to what was already put up there. So this is an actual condition that we're stating. The town of Rockland currently served by sewer. As unable to dispose of wastewater on site due. Okay, the applicant is proposing to connect the town of Rockland is currently subject to the EPA. We already know that. In response to that, includes summaries, we know that. And a full monitoring, including a sump pump. Including a sump pump identification and removal. Program implementation, the town was alleged to have continued, okay. Again, we've already read all this based on a certain findings of due based on this foregoing board. Okay. Based on the foregoing, which you've already read, the board will require the applicant's revised project to be placed on the Rockland Sewer Commission's current wait list.
Okay, so we're probably gonna have to make some revisions to this.
Okay,
So, can you just give me 1 second? I just printed something out.
yep. Give me a chance to see who's yelling at me.
Okay. So, let me just see. Just give me a second. Can you go up? I can't. I need the first paragraph up.
Still more or?
Yeah, keep on going up. Keep going. First paragraph of sewer. Okay. Okay. This is based on some information that I got about this particular issue. See the sentence that begins the town of Rockland is currently.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want you to take the words is currently and change that to was. No, not there.
Okay. Control Z.
Okay,
Was right here.
couple more sentences down.
Right
Town of
there.
Rockland was subject to an environmental protection agency. Correct.
Okay. So does that need to be changed in the one up above it?
It should be, yes.
All right, hold on. 36.
That's in K.
It's in part K up the top.
Correct.
Let me
Under
remind me, I
factual
was on
findings.
36.
Factual findings, K.
Okay, right here, vice party, the applicant proposing, the town was.
Okay,
What was I on, 36?
okay, now we're gonna go back. Tell me when you get back to that sentence, that section.
Right there.
Okay. Skip down a couple of paragraphs. Beginning with based on,
On
based on
certain
certain findings.
Yeah,
After the words EPA deemed to be reasonable.
where are we looking? Oh, deemed.
See, I don't have control over this, so you have to,
Yep, EPA.
after the
deemed
word
to be
reasonable,
Yep.
after the word reasonable,
Yep.
eliminate that. Comma,
Yep,
period, just put a period there.
gotcha.
Take out functionally an amendment to the ACO.
That's it?
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
And then I want you to add, after that word, a new sentence.
Yeah.
This order.
Yeah.
Under general provisions, condition 36,
General provisions, conditions 36.
reads,
General provision conditions 36. Yeah.
colon, and then I'm gonna give you a quote.
Yeah.
Quote, open quote.
Oh, quote. Yeah.
This order shall become effective upon receipt by the town,
Now, hold on. Effective upon
effective with an E,
yeah.
on receipt
Receipt by the town.
by the town.
Yep.
And will supersede the 2006 ACO in its entirety. Or AO. I guess they call it an AO.
ACAO.
Just call it an AO.
And it's see.
Okay, supersede is not spelled correctly and condition needs to be fixed.
Yep. Right, it's underlined in red. That's why I like. Condition on DIT. When this order shall be unaffected when receipt by the town will supersede. Okay, so this also has to go on the under K also, right?
Correct. I think.
Oh, actually, is this correct here? This order.
I'm more concerned that it's a condition in this part.
Okay. But does this read right? This order under general provision condition 36? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Okay, based on the foregoing, will occur the applicants. And it's. Rise project.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
Give me a second. All right, I think I'm good in this section for right now.
Okay.
Rob, I have a question.
What do you got?
Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. the applicant to supply at its cost and expense a study with an engineering firm
Where is
suitable,
this? I have no idea. I have no idea what you're
right
reading.
under your pink stuff there,
Right here?
I believe it. Oh, no, the next paragraph down.
Board will require the applicant's revised project to be played,
Yeah.
and to supply at its cost and expense a study with engineer with and
Engineering firms
that is
approved
sufficiently
by the soil
skilled.
commissioners, because he could hire anybody to do a study for him. But if, I think it would give the soil department more, handle that as to what they want for the study.
And with the demonstrated ability to complete a new sewer system.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do that. Because that's telling them who they have to use. Basically. I don't know if we can do that. I don't think we can do that. We can say who we're gonna use. We can't say who they're gonna use.
We're not saying who they're using. We're just.
No, the engineering firm has to be acceptable to the sewer department.
Okay.
Yes. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Bob.
All right, but if they're a licensed engineering firm,
No. They have to be acceptable to the sewer department.
you can do that?
Of course. I mean, the sewer department has their own technical specs for joining things.
Yeah.
And they have to be a firm that's approved to do work on a system. That's not an unreasonable request.
You have to have a drain license to lay soil line in town or do any
That has
soil work.
nothing to do with it. This is just,
Okay,
this
well,
is.
we can
this is
argue about it,
require
or
the
we can
applicant
do
to
it.
Supply at its cost and expense a study with an engineering firm that is sufficiently skilled and experienced with municipal sewer systems and with the demonstrated ability to complete a new sewer system evaluation study of the Rockland sewer system to identify and recommend specific pipe segments and service connections for rehabilitating. That has nothing to, that has nothing to do with the drain layers thing. That's first and foremost.
Can we please add with an engineering
didn't say it
firm
was.
approved by the sewer department or the sewer commission?
If you're saying we can do that, I don't think you can do that, but if you're saying that we can
I'm
do.
telling you, you can do it.
Okay,
And I appreciate you doing it. So we're
Later
not here
on.
all night about it.
I got a question about that.
well, hold on, Steve, let me get it in here first and then we can talk about it. Where do you want?
Engineering firm acceptable to the Rockland Sewer Commission.
Engineering firm. 102. Sure. Okay, Steve, you had a question.
All right, so the question about the acceptable, the Rockland Sewer Commission. Does that mean that they have to actually say, this is our engineering firm, approach the sewer commission, and then they go, yes, they're acceptable? Or can we phrase it in a way that says,
You could-
engineering firm that meets the standards or requirements of the Rockland Sewer Commission? Is that published somewhere that says they have to?
You could say reasonably acceptable to the sewer commission.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
You could say reasonably acceptable to the Rockland Sewer Commission.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering if they have to
Reasonably.
contact the sewer commission or permission, or if there's a check.
Reasonably with a Y.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just, this is what I know. The zoning board cannot tell anybody, they can't tell an applicant who they can and can't use when it comes to doing their projects. The building department can't tell somebody who they can and can't use when it comes to doing their, doing their plans and stuff like that. I look at this and I wonder if it's the same thing. Technically, the building department, zoning board, we're supposed to, if someone asks, we're supposed to supply them a list.
And the soil commissioners can supply them a list with engineering firms that they've worked with. But this is just telling the applicant that would like them to use a firm that is reasonably acceptable to the Rockland Soil Commissioners. We're not telling them which firm to use. We're
Yeah,
just
but we're
telling them
telling them that they have to, that the sewer commission has to like them.
to,
That I'm having, it's just that I'm having a problem with.
I want
Because a licensed engineer that can do this type of work. It's licensed. There are licensed engineers to be able to do this.
I'm
That's
one.
what
Sorry.
That's what I'm having a problem with. There are certain civil engineers that can do this. There are certain civil engineers that can't do this. The applicant is going to choose an engineer that can do this because there's not a civil engineer there's not a civil engineer that's going to take something like this on if they can't do it. Because their liability insurance isn't going to cover it. That's what I'm saying.
I want to know if they choose a civil engineer, can they know if they meet the criteria before they ask if they can use them? Can they look at something that says, yeah, they need this A, B, and C qualifications, certifications, licenses? Or are they throwing a dart in the dark and they're going to, nope, you can't use them. And then they're going to send someone else, nope, you can't use them.
Right. So that's what I'm getting involved with. I mean, if there's like a pro forma or a CV or something that has to be
They don't have
provided.
specs, as far as I know, but I may not know everything. So you use the word reasonably to make sure that the decision isn't arbitrary.
Okay. As long as, because it basically sounds like that a conversation has to be made, it has to be had with the sewer department, the applicant, and the engineer that they choose when it comes to this.
but if the applicant sees that, he's gonna say, well, go down to the sewer department and find out if they have preferred companies they can use and give them, the sewer department will give them a list. Yeah, we got X, Y, and Z companies. You go talk to them and choose the one you want.
I actually think it's very reasonable for the sewer department to control who works on its facilities. And I don't think it's unreasonable to ask them to propose somebody that either through experience or knowledge and training and ability that the sewer commissioners would find acceptable. I just don't think that's the case. I do, by the way, I do have something that I gotta go back and have you fix too. And it's on or about page 28. It has to do with the fees. So if you don't mind, we could go back.
We'll go to that for right now. 28, you said?
It was at the bottom of 28. It was a condition under C. Yep, when able to connect, there it is, bottom of the page.
Bottom of please.
E subsection E.
When able to connect either pay to the town.
Yeah, and see where in the middle it says add a rate of $3 per gallon of flow.
Oh, yeah, add it, yeah.
Okay, it should be $6.61.
Okay. All right, I have objections to that, but whatever we want to put in there.
How does Greg feel?
But then you guys got to agree, because it's not up to me, it's up to you guys.
All I know is that I've dealt with this before. And if the sewer commission has an engineer that they work with when it comes to the sewer system, then that's going to be that's already known. And this guy could, this guy could pick the best civil engineer in the world that, within Massachusetts, but the board's not necessarily going to know them because they may not have worked with them before. But if the sewer commission has one specific engineer that back in the day it was Metcalf and
Well,
Ed,
look at it, the bottom line, it's never good just to recommend one person.
that's
If
my point.
a municipal agency should be recommending 3 people that have worked on its system in the past, something like that,
I can accept the reasonably acceptable to the Rockland Sewer Commission. I can be okay with that.
All right. Yeah, I'm okay with it too. If you want to put a caveat that said they shall have any other licenses, professional or otherwise, if it comes down to it, they shall choose a consultant that has said licenses, something like that. And then we're all covered.
No, I dig it, but I still think that falls under the reasonably acceptable to the Rockland Sewer Commission. 'Cause
Yeah, all right.
It sounds like what they're gonna have to do is they're gonna have to provide, again, some sort of CV, some sort of pro forma, some sort of something. If the board has never heard of them before. If they've never worked with VHB, they're gonna have to, throw something, because again, there are certain giant engineering firms around here that people all know.
Yeah,
There are a ton of small engineering firms that like nobody knows.
yeah, that's fine.
I'm
So
sure the sewer commission is gonna ask for that anyway.
They can. They can. I know that it is what it is. As it's an engineering firm that is reasonably acceptable to the Rockland Sewer Commission. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Oh,
I'm fine with it.
All right. That is sufficiently skilled and experienced with municipal sewer systems and with the demonstrated ability to complete a new sewer system evaluation study. The applicant will also be required to either pay for the entire cost of the implementation of the specific to reach that only through the reduction of that. We know that. Should the existing municipal, okay, Bob, why was this highlighted?
Wait a
we
second.
can't say
Wait a
that.
second, wait a second, wait a second. Oh, go ahead, Bob. You talk first, then I'll talk.
That the applicant will be, if it's order is lifted, the applicant will be permitted to connect to the source system. We can't say they'd be connected. That'd be up to the sewer department.
It's actually not. It's actually up to you.
It's up to us.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because it's a local.
This is a scenario where the sewer system has been upgraded or replaced, eliminating the EPA orders conditions. Then they are permitted to connect to the sewer system, but they got to pay all the required fees and comply with all the sewer commission's technical requirements. So the sewer commission still has a role, but its role is limited to telling them what the technical requirements are to connect and what fees they have to pay.
Right.
There's something missing though in the paragraph before. The applicant will also be required either to pay for the entire cost of the implementation of the specified improvements to reach the required I. See that sentence?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that covers
or unreasonably withheld,
highway.
or at the end of the words unreasonably withheld. See me there?
Yeah.
Or implement under the supervision of the Rockland Sewer Commission the required improvements. At the applicant's cost.
Under the supervision of the Rockland Sewer Commission at the applicant's. Rid of that. Capitalize that. Capitalize that.
Add the E to the,
Super madness. And the withheld or implement under the supervision of the Rockland Sewer Commission at the applicant's cost.
Applicant capitalized.
Applicant capitalized. Okay. All right, so that caught that,
Right.
that's good. All right. So the highlighted one here,
And I think this should be at the discretion of the sewer commission. At the end of the word cost,
yeah,
at the discretion of the sewer commission, because I don't know whether the sewer commission is going to allow them to do the work or pay the money, but that should be up to the sewer commission. The point is, the improvements have to be made in order to allow them to connect. And it should be up to the sewer commission to decide whether they pay them the money or they perform the work.
only the Russian. Okay. So back down to this thing.
Yeah.
I hear where you're going. If magically all of a sudden everything is done.
Well, if the town appropriates money and we fix all the problems and
Right.
there's
Magically everything
capacity,
gets
then
done.
they get to join, complying with the technical requirements and paying all the applicable fees and connection sewer use charges.
mhm.
Keep this as a second paragraph under
Yep.
E4.
Correct.
Portion of the.
That
proposed sewer-
was there, that was already there. So I think you just have to get rid of the yellow.
Okay, well, I did by making it purple. A portion of the proposed sewer main that would convey sewage from the development to the Rockland Sewer would pass through Zone A surface water protection hereby area tributary to the Rockland Reservoir. According to the town's site civil engineering peer reviewer, Patrick Brennan, PE, this is not allowed, which reads all sewer lines, which were the proposed sewer line does not meet either of the two, according to Mr. Brennan, also provided an alternative. However, the alternative to do which Mr. Brennan does not own them. Should this become available, this alternative route shall be utilized with appropriate precautions to protect the vernal pool.
Yeah, and I don't know what appropriate precautions are. That's why I highlighted that.
Should this become available, the alternative route shall be utilized with appropriate precautions to protect the vernal pool as reviewed by, because it's going to be all subject to conservation.
Yeah, but the problem is the vernal pool is not a, well, I guess it's, Pat, can you recommend anything here? I was thinking a setback, but the state regulations don't have setbacks to vernal pools, right?
They have, they regulate the 100-foot buffer to a vernal pool, the state regulations do. So it's, they're gonna have to get Conservation Commission approval under the state regulations.
All right, so should this become available, the alternate route issue to protect vernal as set forth in an order of conditions issued by the Conservation Commission under the Wetlands Protection Act and regulations?
Yes.
Okay, so get ready to type, Rob.
Should this become available, this alternate route shall,
Just at the end.
after vernal pool,
Yep,
okay?
as set forth
Yeah,
in an order of conditions
yeah,
issued by the Rockland Conservation Commission and or DEP.
Yeah.
Acting under the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act. And its implementing regulations.
actually spelled implemented. Right.
Wetland Protection Act would be capitalized, Wetland Protection Act.
DITIO conditions.
Oh, okay, 2 o'clock then. So get out of work at 2 o'clock. Okay, well,
And order of conditions would be capitalized too. And or with a slash in between, maybe.
Okay.
Pat, do you think that gets, is that, because they have to make that filing anyways?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so that's where you, I think that'd work.
Fire hydrant shall be installed in accordance with the recommendations that, yep. As shall equip each unit with water saving plumbing fixtures in every bathroom, kitchen, laundry, and shall be underground. Yep, stormwater management system shall meet the design and performance requirements of the root and also shall meet to get to do and be approved by the town's peer review site civil engineer and the town stormwater management bylaw. Shall be no construction on the property and on the following days unless special approval for such work has been issued by the building commissioner. Sundays or the following legal holidays: New Year's Day, Patriots Day, Memorial Day, Juneteenth, July 4th, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas. The applicant agrees that the hours of operation shall be enforced by the building commission. In the event that the construction activities on the site cease for more than 10 days, written notice of the resumption of work shall be provided to the building commissioner at least 48 hours prior to restarting such construction activity. The applicant shall take all commercially reasonable steps to prosecute the work in a timely, efficient manner in order to limit adverse impacts on the site and the abutting residential neighborhood. For purposes of this construction include startup of equipment or machinery, vehicle fueling, vehicle access to and from the site, delivery of fill, building materials and supplies, delivery or removal of equipment or machinery, removal of trees, grubbing, anything. That's fine. Remove something. All utility work and other road work within any public right of way shall be conducted in conformance with the regulations of the town and shall otherwise be consistent with the further approval of the town office with jurisdiction. Contractors shall be duly licensed as required by the town of Rockland. All such work shall be performed in accordance with the current engineering construction standards. Senior, you got anything there? You happy with all that?
girls, they drop people off and they either didn't get back in the property, which is great.
It looks like it's got it. Hearing none, I'm going on to E12. E12, construction shall be in accordance with applicable law and the requirements of this comprehensive permit. The applicant shall implement all necessary controls to ensure that vibration from the construction end does not constitute a nuisance or hazard beyond the site. Upon notification from the building commissioner or other appropriate municipal, the applicant shall cease all construction and creating noise in excess of state and federal standards and shall implement such mitigation measures as are necessary. Like that, the applicant shall permit upon a 48-hour notice, subject to applicable safety standards, representatives of the board to observe and inspect the site and construction progress until such time as the project has been completed. Access. The applicant shall permit upon a 48-hour notice, subject to applicable safety standards, representatives of the board to observe and inspect the site and construction progress until such time as the project has been completed. Access to the site for inspections of the construction activities shall be permitted by the offices with jurisdiction consistent with applicable law. Okay, all utilities installed on the site, including but not limited to telephone, electric, gas, and cable, shall be located underground. Construction security fencing shall be utilized at least until the first occupancy permit is issued. So we can security of the site plan for the surrounding neighborhoods and the analysts, 6 foot tall chain link fencing shall be utilized with an access gate at the entrance of the site. The applicant shall place a lockbox at the site to be accessible at the entrance to the gate and otherwise acceptable to the Rockland Fire Department. Security contractors shall be utilized. Site daily confirm mandate the hours of operation for the site personnel. Okay, snow and ice removal shall be responsibility of the applicant. Storage areas are shown on the plans. When snow storage areas become exhausted, snow shall be removed from the site and legally disposed of in accordance with all local, state, and federal requirements. Snow and ice removal shall be undertaken as soon as possible in wetland or wetland buffer areas and shall not impede or obstruct the roadway and parking areas or the sight lines therein, and so as not to impede or obstruct fire hydrants. Yep, accumulated ice on the access roadway and parking lot shall be promptly removed and or sanded such that vehicles may pass safely.
Should we put up some kind of hours on that snow removal?
I wouldn't,
They could come in at night and do it.
if it has to go at night, it's gotta go.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah, you got. I don't think you have I don't think you can on that one.
I only highlighted accumulated ice in the roadways shall be properly removed. I just think, I just wanted to make sure that we, saw that, so we.
No,
can-
that's no, I hear it.
And by the way, this is where Pat gave me some extra language there. This third sentence is Pat's. So that was all helpful.
Okay.
Yep.
Shall maintain all portions of any public road, whether state or local roads used for access to the site by construction vehicles free from soil, mud, or debris deposited due to such use during the duration of the construction activities.
Um,
How do we make sure he cleans it? Because you know what's gonna happen.
Well,
Under the-
Baker Senior knows exactly what's gonna happen.
if you
under
see,
the Rockland
go ahead.
highway rules and regulations now for
Mhm.
site work,
Mhm.
they have to clean the street at least once a week with a street sweeper. Or sooner at the discretion of the highway superintendent or his designee.
So then all we have to do is say.
It's part of-
Portions of the public road, whether state or used for access to the site by construction vehicles. Is only deposited due to such use during the duration of the construction activities.
There is a whole set of rules and regulations for gunnage and all that stuff now,
Yeah.
Rob.
Site by construction.
At the discretion of the highways.
How about, why don't you say, not at the discretion of the highway surveyor? Why don't you just say, in accordance with the rules of the highway director?
That's. Yeah.
I think he's the highway director.
Who's the highway superintendent?
It says director and all of the other stuff.
Really?
Yep.
That's for me.
Okay.
All right. All fill brought in the site shall be uncontaminated, clean fill, free of toxins, organic matter, and debris. Sources of fill shall be provided to the building commissioner, and receipts from all truckloads of fill listing their origin, materials, destination, and quality shall also be provided to the building commissioner. The applicant shall, in addition, fund the cost of the towns employing a LSP to act as peer review consultant on the board's behalf pertaining to all matters related to soil importation and filling of the site. We got no problem there.
Should that be with Pat too?
Pat, you want in on this?
No, that's a separate, the LSP is the separate scope of work. I think that's fine the way it is.
Roadway parking and traffic safety conditions. The applicant shall provide an appropriate bus waiting area for the school buses to safely stop in or at the site in a manner approved by the highway director and the Rockland School Department. Is that assuming that they're gonna drop these kids at the end of the, they're not gonna actually drive in?
Says in or at.
What about the police department? Should they weigh in on this?
That's what I was gonna say too, Greg. Moved by the highway and Rockland School and Police Department.
Oh, what the hell? The applicant will provide a minimum of 60 bicycle parking spaces, including exterior.
Again, I just put this in there because I've seen it in other conditions on even smaller projects. I
No,
don't know
it's
whether
fine.
the board thinks that this is required or not, but it's up to the board.
No, I have no
I
problem.
agree with that,
Yeah.
definitely. Because they were boasting that a lot of people weren't gonna be bringing cars in there. They were gonna be biking and stuff, so.
Not by me. All initial residents shall be offered the use of one on-site parking space consistent with this component, and all later residents shall be offered the use of one on-site parking space consistent with this component. Subject to-
I think you got to get rid of this condition. I mean, eliminate it.
Yep.
And then change to F3.
I'm just gonna do this real quick. 6, 7, 8. Okay. So, okay, the applicant shall develop, wait a second. Did I just live, okay, yeah, we'll provide a minimum, okay. For so long as this comprehensive permit shall be enforced in effect, the applicant shall develop, adopt, and implement a rent pricing program for the non-affordable units that will separate the base rental of the non-affordable units from the cost of on-site parking, and shall permit unit owners to opt out of accepting an on-site parking.
This is really a condition where there isn't enough parking, and now you've made it so that there's plenty. So this condition could probably come out too.
All right, before I go doing this, so the transportation program for the project shall take such steps as are reasonable and practical to make it easy for residents to move and use transit other than automobile by owning that truck. The applicant shall designate an on-site transportation form for the, okay, so that's. Shall post information regarding public transportation.
You're gonna want to renumber those too.
I know, I'm just going through all this and I'll do it at the end. The applicant shall provide a welcome packet to residents, that's fine. Internal mailroom, yep. The site triangle area of the project site driveway intersection shall be shown along with a note to indicate that signs, landscape, and other features located within the site triangle area shall be designated, installed, and maintained. So not that's fine. All signs and pavement markings to be installed within the project shall conform to the applicable specifications of the, yep. Okay, so. we got-
So can I make one other point? This is where I think we need help from Pat.
Okay,
There was a proposed roadway improvements at Pond Street and Longwater Drive. And my question is, and probably for Pat, is this, Pat, a good spot where we would require the applicant to make the proposed roadway improvements at Pond Street and Longwater Drive in that exhibit by McMahon?
Yeah, but, and let me just check something, because I don't even know if we have to spell it out, because I think they incorporated those improvements into the project plans.
But
And
if
if
we
they
want to
did-
just be 100% clear, we could say that they shall make the proposed roadway improvements.
Yeah,
So maybe a new F9, Rob.
And she said that when the-
And Pat, speak up if you think it's wrong. The applicant shall implement prior to occupancy of the first unit, the proposed roadway improvements at Pond Street and Longwater Drive,
hold on.
Pond Street and Longwater Drive,
Actually, it's one word.
one word. in
Yeah.
Rockland.
Yep.
At the applicant's sole cost and expense.
So there's other improvements at their entrance too.
The
That's all.
applicant. Yep.
yeah, that's all part of it.
Prior to the first occupancy of the first unit. As shown on the McMahon diagram,
As shown on. As shown on the McMahon document,
yep,
is that MAC?
McMahon, traffic engineers, do you know what their name is, Pat?
It's just McMahon. It's MCMA.
MCMAHON.
Like that?
No,
No,
it's MC. Capital M.
Yep.
The applicant's, you can put the applicant's traffic engineer.
Hold on. There we go.
As shown on the McMahon.
Traffic in Hold
Shown on the McMahon plan
plan.
at Pond Street and Longwater Drive. Yeah, you've already got it in there.
I got traffic in, I got it all. in.
Don't. Just take out traffic engineers and get Pond Street in there now. Take out traffic engineers.
Okay, very good.
Plan after McMahon.
Yep, McMahon plan. Capital P. Okay.
The address for the revised project shall be displayed in a location clearly visible from Pond Street. All buildings shall be fully sprinkled in accordance with the, yep, we already know that. Here's what to do, bi-directional. Is this everything that Keeney wanted?
I'm gonna give you one more, G5.
Okay. Yeah,
The applicant shall comply with all other fire department conditions as set forth in their letter dated January 7th, 2022.
fourth, there,
In the fire department letter.
the applicant shall comply with all other fire department, DOTI. Yeah. Set forth in their letter dated. Does that work? Doing this. Applicant shall comply with all other fire department conditions as set forth in their letter dated January 7th, 2022. Okay. The applicant shall be responsible for the design and installation of utilities servicing the projects. That. When sewer capacity comes available, see above, the project shall be subject to I medication fees in accordance with the then current sewer department fee schedule. The applicant shall install all utilities, including water connections and the stormwater management system pursuant to the final plans. All utility work shall be undertaken in conformance with the regulations and requirements of the town and in accordance with the current engineering and construction standards. Mass DEP stormwater management plan shall be adhered to during construction. That's fine. All solid waste collection and storage operations shall be either contained within the buildings or stored in dumpsters or similar exterior tray. If there are exterior dumpsters, trash, so they shall be screened by a solid wooden fencing to screen them from abutting properties and emptied on a regular basis to prevent any nuisance odors. Any dumpsters or trash receptacles shall be periodically cleaned to lessen any nuisance odors.
Rob, could we take a 5-minute tea break?
Yeah, oh, please, absolutely.
Okay, my kidneys is ready to burst.
No, I dig it. Everybody good in 5 minutes? 5 minutes.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So that's. Thank you.
A likely sport.
Hello, everyone.
I'm back.
I'm back too.
You sound awful, Greg.
That's funny. I feel awful.
Well, it's good. So that's then everything is correct.
Yeah, there's
how-
no inconsistency whatsoever.
no, none. How was your COVID? Is it nice COVID?
I don't have COVID. I don't think I do.
That's what they all say. That's
Yeah.
what they all say.
Just say this is your typical.
This is my typical cold, though.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Forgive me a moment.
Last week I had a sinus infection.
Ugh.
Ale.
Could hardly talk.
Yeah.
All right, we back? Do we have everybody here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, who are we missing? Oh, 1, 2, 3, that's us. Gally King, all right, that's everybody. All right. Let's see, do. Okay, do we deal with the hours of the hours of trash pickup? Should we deal with that? We do it on
Well,
other sites. I don't know if we do.
There's a Board of Health thing that they can't pick up before 7 o'clock in the morning.
All right, so the.
So we just put, they meet the Board of Health requirements.
Yeah, that works.
Doesn't show me the requirements of the.
Rob, are you gonna put it back up on the screen again?
Oh, yeah, my bad. All right, I just added that. You see that?
Yep.
All right. Applicant shall install street trees and evergreen shrubs and other plantings shown on the final plans, and shall thereof maintain such land with dead or diseased plants shall be replaced within 6 months in accordance with, yep. The applicant shall install granite benches or benches composed of materials of comparable quality and durability, and shall maintain the benches in good condition in perpetuity, yep. Shall screen all utilities with evergreen shrubs or solid fencing surrounded by an acoustic enclosure with industry standard sound resorting materials for any noise making equipment. Any roof equipment shall be placed together in a central location out of view from any public walk or sidewalk. Generators shall
Rob,
be.
could we put, except for fire hydrants, concealed?
Where? Do you really have to?
Yes, because up in Millbrook, they've stuck evergreens around the fire hydrants to conceal them. And they had to
What?
cut them up. Yeah. They had to remove them.
When did they do that?
When they first built it.
No, they did not.
Yep,
In Millbrook?
in Millbrook and French's Crossing.
I don't know about that one.
What'd they do?
They had to remove bushes.
Okay.
Department doesn't have a say on that one.
What did you say?
The fire department, they can't say like,
Well, I figured they,
no.
of course they would, but I just, who in the right mind would do that?
Okay, I
That's
was
ridiculous.
on the planning board and I got a call from the fire chief. Said, you gotta get up here right away. They're putting evergreens around the fire hydrants to conceal.
That's ridiculous. No screening. No screening.
Of fire hydrants.
Fire hydrants will be allowed. Do not believe we have to put that in there. No screening of fire hydrants will be allowed. All generators shall be.
Honestly,
you need to.
it was ridiculous.
What are we doing? What? Huh?
You need
Nothing?
to-
I'll keep my mouth shut. Who's talking?
Do you need the purple? No screening?
I'm not there yet. I will do that in a second.
All right.
All generators shall be surrounded by in something, do that, do this, do that, shall be surrounded by industry standard sound absorbing materials appropriate for residential communities. The generators shall be visibly obscured as much as possible from neighboring residents. All equipment, yep, that's fine. Alarm systems will be kept to the minimum safe sound levels according to, yep. On-site lighting shall be compliant with standards of, yep. directed downward, outdoor lights shall be placed at or below 10 feet, that you, yep. Completion of all final infrastructure required by this comp permit will be subject to review and approval of the highway director, the representative and super commission, and may be reviewed by the board's peer review site, of course. Any change or modification to final plans brings the plans out of conforming, okay, subject to the board's review. In accordance with that, this comprehensive permit shall expire 3 years from the date it becomes final unless A, prior to that time, substantial work authorized by the company has commenced, or the board has granted an extension, or the time period is otherwise told in accordance with the applicable law. In the event of conflicts between the approved plans and the the comp permit shall control. In the event of any default violation, breach of these conditions, not to hear is such a longer period of time as reason necessary to cure such a fault to do, then the town may take one or more of the following steps. By amendments or other suit actions or other proceedings of law, or I could require the applicant to perform something and take such other actions law. Appear necessary or desirable to enforce these conditions. If the town brings any claim to enforce these conditions and the town finally prevails in such claim, the applicant shall reimburse the town for its reasonable attorney's fees and expenses incurred in connection with such claim. When used in this comprehensive permit without specific identification to the contrary, an action called for to be taken by the town K5. When used in this comprehensive permit without specific identification to the contrary, an action called for to be taken by the town shall, unless otherwise required by applicable law, be taken by the building commission. That's it. What do you want to do? Don't you all speak at once here.
Rob, I don't know if it's the proper time, but in the conditions when we voted on number 8, it says available parking ratio of 1.5 spaces per unit. Should we change that to 2?
We already did.
On the conditions they
Yeah.
gave us, that we granted. The whole list of them.
No, actually, it's we have to go and we have to deal with the waivers. We already did these waivers.
Yes, we did, but if you look at number 8,
On the waivers,
yes,
okay,
on the waiver list, number 8, it says 1.5, but we wanted 2 spaces per unit in the granting of it.
right here.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
That one, and number 10, we should change to 2.
Is that the only ones?
Those are the only 2.
Wait, go up, hold on. Wait, no, go up. Go back to
What
that.
number? To what number?
No, go down.
To
10,
what number?
I don't know.
2.0.
I saw 1.5 in it. Yeah.
8 and 10.
Hold on,
That's the only 2 that I saw.
hold on.
This jackass, if I knew.
Then on number 18, we never voted on that.
Greg, tell Nancy to go to bed. Test pits were performed throughout different locations in the site, and infiltration rates were taken based on texture and Rawls rates per the Mass DEP stormwater standards. So what's the rule and regulation? I guess that's the question. I don't know why we didn't vote on this. Pat, are you still here?
Yeah, they ended up doing test pits on the site at pretty much all of the infiltration systems that they proposed. Henry Nova actually witnessed those on behalf of the town.
So we don't have to give them a waiver for that?
Yeah, do they have test pits in each location of their recharge units?
I believe they did. They either did or they had them like either side of them, and it was consistent soils throughout where they were testing.
Okay. All
So they
right.
don't need this. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I think you can grant it because they did the test pits and everything. All of their calculations are based on the Rawls rates as the Mass DEP stormwater standards require.
All right,
Okay,
so
on the advice of the town engineer, I'll make a motion to grant
I'll second it.
condition 18.
all right, roll call. Yourself is a yes. Bob Senior,
Yes,
Gregor,
Yeah,
none. We that granted on this purple. What else we got?
that was it, Rob.
Okay,
Change that vote to 3-0.
yep. All
We
right,
have to talk
that-
about that exhibit C.
oh,
18, Rob.
yeah, 18, I got that.
Oh, you
Where,
got, it says 4 on the other, on these papers.
say
See
again,
that?
what?
See? Hold on.
It said 4 on the original one.
I know, so I got 3-0.
Just below the chart.
Yep.
Right below the chart, there's a sentence I want to highlight. Remember they said at the bottom, if there's anything else they didn't ask for, they wanted a blanket waiver.
Okay,
Uh,
I'll
that's,
make a motion to deny that waiver.
Yeah, it is denied. I think you guys already said you were denying it. So,
Oh, okay, so it's already said it right in there, it's denied.
Okay, I didn't see that.
All right, specifically listed by granting the waivers from local, the building commission inspected terms that the additional waiver for local zone. Proceed as shown on the approved plan, shall proceed as follows. Any matter of administration shall be deemed within the scope of the waivers granted and any matter of substantial nature. Okay, all right, so now there's the provisions to be included in the local regulatory agreement. Anything you wanna preface this with, Bob?
no, I mean, look at, this is just something that I've seen other communities do. I'm not sure it's important to us. I put it in there. It was referenced in an earlier paragraph. It basically only becomes effective if and when the state's regulatory agreement is terminated or expires, and it basically requires the applicant to makes a deal with us that keeps the units affordable in town.
So if the state stops the.
If for some reason the regulatory agreement with the state expires
Yep,
or terminates or is otherwise void,
yep,
then we have our own local agreement, okay, which requires the units to be affordable.
I have no problem with that. If that's all this says, then I have no problem with that.
And that's what it is. It's kind of like an extra thing.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion to run with Exhibit C?
Yes,
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Roll call, myself, yes. Mr. Baker Senior,
yes,
Gregor?
yes.
Done. All right, so C's in there. Is there anything else we gotta talk about, Bob?
No, I mean, you gotta kind of talk about your ultimate decision. I mean, we've talked a lot about conditions, and now that you've had a chance to look at what the conditions really should be,
Mhm.
you know, you have to decide how you're gonna vote on this, and I guess kind of the question in your mind is the water issue that is conditioned here, and the sewer issue, which is outstanding. Such significant issues that the project can't be approved. And that's kind of your question. I think Pat's done a really good job reviewing the project from a civil engineering perspective.
Mhm.
I don't think anybody loves this project in any way, shape, or form. And no one loves a project that would impact our public water supply. But if it impacts the public water supply, your conditions basically yield no project. If it causes us to have a yield problem with our town water supply, they have no project. They won't be able to pull water out of the ground for domestic water. And we don't have a water source now. At some point in the future, maybe there will be a water source, but they wouldn't have a project. And, they can't put on-site wastewater disposal on the site because of its location in between two drinking water supplies. Early on, it looked like there was some capacity, and you got a letter from the sewer commissioners at one point saying if they paid X number of dollars, but that was a long time ago and a lot's happened. And, I think it's just, you've got a situation where the EPA has come in here and issued a further order. And that's in the record. And, I know the sewer commissioners are doing their darn best to manage a kind of a very tough situation with an old system that has a lot of deferred maintenance that's got a lot of problems in it. So, I think you've done the best you can possibly do by, making them wait on the wait list until there's capacity, giving them the, requirement that they have to pay in when there's an ability for them to pay in, or make the required changes. There's lots of other things that could happen. The town's really under a lot of strict scrutiny with the EPA. So, that's the situation you find yourselves in. So, are those issues so significant that this project will outweigh the regional need for affordable housing? That's kind of the ultimate question you have to deal with. And that's just not a Rockland question. That's a regional need for affordable housing. So that lumps Rockland in with Hingham, Norwell, Hanover, Whitman, Abington, the towns that boundary it and beyond, some of which have a lot less affordable housing than Rockland does. And everybody knows that Rockland is really more than its fair share of affordable housing, but so many of the units in town can't be restricted. They don't qualify as the type of affordable housing the state recognizes, which is kind of a tragedy for the town already, because we really do have a very diverse town with a lot of affordable housing. And a lot of that comes from the mobile home community that we have.
Mhm.
So that's kind of it. And, whatever you decide, I'll support and, defend to the best of my ability. I think it creates a tough burden on us to defend a denial, but if that's what you decide, then that's what we'll do, and would have to modify this decision. And that's perfectly okay if that's what you want to do. This is why you get the big bucks.
So we can speak frankly now.
You should speak frankly all the time.
I hate this project. I hate it with a passion.
Well, there's not too many people that like these projects, and even more so people that live near them.
Mhm.
So
I hated this from day one. I don't believe that it's the right place for it. But on the flip side,
Well, this is the only type of places that these projects go because nothing conventional could be built on it.
see, now I don't believe that. Conventionally, other things can be built. I just don't believe that the applicant's not gonna make the money that he wants to make. That's the problem. The construction cost to put 6 houses out there, it doesn't put enough money in the developer's pocket. That's the problem.
No, they'd have to be $5 million homes.
That's my point.
Yeah. I mean,
Please market.
I echo what the board is saying. I always had a problem with this scope of work being put on that site
Mhm.
with its proximity to the reservoir. So I'm torn whether we condition it or deny it. My reservations really haven't changed with respect to the reservoir.
Mhm.
And, it doesn't have water, it doesn't have sewer. There's a lot of infrastructure that would have to take place on the site, even if they did get, successfully drill on-site wells. And then they still have to map out their zone ones and make sure that they have control over them and they don't adversely impact the reservoir. And none of that has been done. So,
But see, but that is why you condition it as such. That's why
right.
we condition it the way that we've done it. And
But
if they can't do it, well, then they can't do it.
yeah, well, that's true. But I mean, I would have rather them go forth, do all their pumping tests per their permit, and come to a conclusion of whether they can do it or whether they can't. And if they couldn't do it, then they would have saved themselves a lot of money.
Agreed. That's not up to us. How much money they spend.
No, it isn't. But in my mind, it makes me wonder, why would you go that route?
I agree. You know it, Gregor.
Oh.
You know I agree with you. It makes no sense to go. It makes neither you or I are gambling men. All right.
Yeah.
That's probably why we're still living in single family homes. It's why we're not driving Lamborghinis. That's because we're not gambling men. If this guy wants to gamble, let him gamble. I look at it as, if we're going to, actually, I can stop sharing this right now. If he wants to gamble, let him gamble. If he
Yeah.
wants to,
Oh, yeah,
know?
I wouldn't interfere with an applicant's decision, and he is embarking on a gamble. Maybe he thinks he's in it too deep not to roll the dice and gamble on this. I don't know.
No,
But-
it's if we either way, all right. If we deny it, he's going. All right. Just these are realities. So we have to look at realities. I don't care about basing a decision on this. It's just realities.
He's got to appeal it to the housing court.
If we deny it, he's going to appeal it. All right.
Yeah.
If we approve it with conditions, and of the two conditions, the water and the sewer, if he can't make it work,
Yeah.
steal that.
Right. Right. If he can't make it work, then it's somewhat of a denial. I mean, he can't meet his conditions.
And right now, we can't say whether he can or whether he can't, because it comes down, it comes down to if he satisfies the sewer commissioners with whatever they need. If he's able to satisfy him, done.
Yeah.
Sewer.
Attorney Galvin, in your opinion, do you think a denial of this project is defensible, that we could put up a realistic defense? I know that you can't guarantee anything and there's no, but I mean, not having water or sewer, I can't see the housing court just rubber stamping, an approval on a project that doesn't have water and sewer. And he hasn't put forth a parking lot design that meets our conditions. And, he'll probably he'll wind up triggering MEPA.
So what?
Yeah. Well, but the so what part about MEPA is you don't know where it's going to go. I mean, it could.
So what? It's not on us. It's on him.
No, it's on him. It is. It absolutely is on him. But I'm thinking from a standpoint, can we? I mean, we put a lot of conditions on there.
Mhm.
We can condition, hey, you get all your necessary permits, whatever they trigger, as a result of the condition.
He has
Whether
to
that-
already, based on the conditions he already asked.
He does. But my thinking is, where is that gonna go? I mean, these permit regulations, they grow legs, and they probably won't be able to meet the condition. And if that's the case, it's done.
He's a gambling man.
But does that constitute, saving the applicant the aggravation and moving for a denial? I don't know.
Why are we even concerned with the applicant and his aggravation?
Right.
Well, we should only be concerned with our town.
Good question.
Well, I agree with that. I want to be, excuse me. I just want to be cautious and not take a course of action that would put us in a difficult or a weak case to defend.
Hold on. I hear you. Hold there. I know Steve's he's trying to get our attention here.
Thanks. I just want to ask, I know that sometimes if we come up with a condition, it can get rejected because it becomes onerous, makes the project like, non-financially viable. Am I right? That sometimes our condition that we can get rejected because of that. So I'm just curious, I'm not a voting member, but I'm curious, do we know what they paid for that property? I'm just curious because everyone's talking about.
No, I don't really know what they paid for it. I don't even know if he actually bought it yet.
We can pull up the deed,
Yeah.
but the answer is going to be too much.
Yeah, because I'm just curious, like you're saying about if they couldn't do that project, I can't believe they paid so much for it that they couldn't have made another project that's smaller in scale. That's all.
Well, they can always renegotiate the price if they haven't already bought it.
And again, it has nothing to do with that. It's
Well, that's not our issue. I'm just
It's
saying
not our
that's
issue.
a possibility.
you know,
So can I say something? Greg had asked the question about
Yep.
what a denial looks like, in the post-board world. So in that particular case, the board has to prove that there are conditions, you have to prove that there's valid health, safety, environmental design, open space, or other local concerns that supports those conditions or the denial, and that concern outweighs the regional need for affordable, low and moderate income housing. And the HAC basically describes that burden as being significant. And the fact that Rockland doesn't meet the statutory minimum, meaning 10%, establishes a rebuttable presumption that a substantial regional housing need outweighs the local concerns. Okay, so it really is a tough burden for the town to sustain a denial where you don't have 10%. And doesn't mean never, okay, but there are very few denials that are sustained at the Housing Appeals Committee.
And
Well, how's-
we've already established that strictly based on the capacity of the sewer and the water, that's not a reason that they would uphold a denial. You know, it's not a reason for, it's not a solid reason for us to be able to substantiate a denial.
Look at, if they can't get enough potable water that won't impact our wells, they don't have a project. Okay,
Right.
and as we stand right now, we don't have any sewer capacity for them. And in order to have any sewer capacity, there'd have to be some either upgrade to the system,
Mhm.
or they'd have to make some upgrades to the system. And that's secondary to the fact that, you know, the sewer commission has had, you know, a moratorium in place for quite some time against new connections. So, but that moratorium, you know, would be challenged by the applicant in this particular case. And, you know, it's hard to say exactly what would happen, but, you know, it's a local moratorium. And, you know, some people view that type of a moratorium is equivalent to a really tough zoning bylaw that's upheld. And all of those things as being, you know, anti-affordable housing. And that's how the Housing Appeals Committee kind of looks at a lot of these things. But, you know, I don't think anyone here has ever advocated for this project to be treated any better or any worse than any other project. If we have capacity, then we'd be having a completely different discussion and we wouldn't be having it. I mean, it'd just be a money issue.
Mhm.
Okay. But right now we have a capacity issue. And in order to have enough capacity to take the sewer, we have to create it. And there's no answer right at the moment. And I think that's why the sewer commissioners have done their very best to try to look at the town as a whole and try to come up with solutions without making us in a worse position with the EPA. And they're doing their best.
Rob, if I may,
Go for it.
the big concerns that I have is, one, the height of the buildings, and the proximity to the neighborhoods. They can put as many 8-foot arborvitaes as they want along the perimeter, but the people are still gonna see those buildings
During the winter, yes.
in the winter.
During the winter, absolutely, yes.
The other concern is the site coming out of that building is probably only 100 feet from a major intersection on that road, which is a big problem. And the state highway will not let the town put sidewalks on Pond Street to this project, because the highway superintendent talked with the DOT about it for the commuter buses. And they will not allow sidewalks to go on their property. That's a concern for people walking to the bus. They walk behind the guide rail. The other thing is, there's a lot of work that is going to be done in the wetlands areas. And I don't know how much that's gonna disturb the groundwater flow. Those are my big concern. And I don't think the applicant is right that there's gonna be less cars going in there than anybody's anticipating.
He's a gambling.
Because his other projects are closer to commuter rails, highways, stores in downtown areas.
Mhm.
This is on the outskirts of town.
Someone's clicking.
Say again?
Someone's clicking. I don't know what that is. It's just distracting.
I don't hear anything.
That's gone. All right, thank you.
Not a problem.
Bob, I've got a question.
Right.
Bob Galvin. Did we put in a condition about the culverts under that causeway? The Conservation Commission was wanting them to adhere to stream crossing standards. And there's also, they're cutting off the tributary to the reservoir. You know, I told them you need to put a culvert there with stream crossing standards, and they just ignored me.
I think that that condition needs to be added, Greg.
Okay, can we add that? Can we take a vote and just add it?
Yeah, well, we ought to pull the decision up and insert it in there so that we get what you want in there.
Okay, all right. Can we do that quickly?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. All right, where you want it?
So this is something that you want shown on the final plans,
Right,
right, Greg?
yes.
So it's gonna be higher than that. It's going so fast, I can't see it.
I have no idea where we would end up putting this.
Well, we talk about the water, right? I mean, this is,
Well, we could do it right at the beginning, Greg, under the submission requirements.
There you go.
okay, all right.
File for project coverage, building plans, final set complete. Can't
Getting
see.
there. Hold on. I'm getting there. Trying to get down to the first page. And there we go. Single page.
Those are findings of fact,
Those are findings of fact.
correct?
We're in the conditions.
Okay, slow down now so we can see what we're looking at. Keep going a little bit more now. Affordability won't be in there.
No, this is that exhibit. C.
Yeah, we're
gonna
not
keep that,
touching
right?
that. No, keep going,
But we're keeping it.
right?
Submission requirements.
Let's put it way at the end. That way you don't have to renumber anything.
Works for me.
Well, wait a second, don't we want them to show
that in
the
right-
final plans?
Yeah. Yes, yes, we do.
What about drainage system?
Drainage system
We
construction.
got that because that's described in the plans.
Yeah.
Okay, so keep going under this section here, provide this D, E.
The final plans are talked about under B.
Under, where am I going? Up here?
Up.
P,
Yes, go up. B, as in
Oh,
that,
B,
right there.
right,
Right, whoa,
right
whoa,
there.
back down. Next page,
Okay, right there.
right there, the final plans.
Final set of complexion plans. So under the B1, 2, 3, maybe we just keep on going down there. We put it under there. So we create an 8. Okay, Greg, and you want you want a plan plan showing what, Greg?
Culverts. Where existing culverts cross the causeway.
It's getting very late. I'm gonna strangle you through this screen.
Me?
No. Rob Rosa put plan showing what Greg wants as a condition.
Oh,
Plan showing a
the existing culverts underneath the entrance causeway to be upgraded to Mass DEP stream crossing standards.
Nasty what?
Mass.
Mass DEP. Stream crossing standards. And then an
And-
additional
and-
and
No,
well, no.
Don't
you
worry
gotta-
about it, just keep
All
going.
right, okay. And an additional culvert meeting the same stream crossing standards listed above for the tributary to the reservoir.
Reservoir. Something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
which reservoir is that? Is it the Hingham Street Reservoir or the Abington Rockland?
it would be the, how?
It'll be the
Abington.
Same reservoir.
It's the Hingham Reservoir?
plan showing the existing culverts.
Hingham Street Reservoir.
Causeway to be upgraded to Mass DEP.
So that should be like a detail plan.
Yeah,
Right. It should be a detail plan.
yes.
What you might want to just say is the final plan shall include a plan showing the existing.
A detail plan, yeah. Final plan should be capitalized.
Shall include a detailed plan showing the existing culverts under the entrance causeway to be upgraded to Mass DEP stream crossing standards.
And
And an additional culvert meeting the same stream crossing. Meeting the same.
for the tributary, no.
What?
Oh, okay, whatever.
But I don't know. You're capitalizing things that I would never
Yep,
capitalize.
fine.
so. Damn it. Listed above for the tributary. Okay, now there was something else you were trying to get?
No, that was it.
All right.
I
Final plan shall
think-
include.
I think, Greg, you may want to say the Zone A tributary to the Hingham Street Reservoir.
Okay, all right.
It's where
Yeah.
that Zone A crosses the causeway.
Yeah, yeah.
Right there.
Yeah,
Yes,
Okay,
Yeah.
Dave?
Maybe we
That be
start that with,
reviewed by Pat.
maybe we started with anything to the, hearing to the contrary.
What are we doing?
Just leave it alone. It's fine where it is. It's fine
Alright.
where it is.
Mhm.
Save. Okay, next. So he satisfied, so Gregor got that satisfied. Is there anything else anybody wants to get in here? Because in the end,
Okay.
I still say, if the man wants to gamble with this, he didn't go into it. He doesn't know if he doesn't know if he's got on-site water. He doesn't know if he doesn't know if he's gonna get sewer. But he wants to go for this, so.
Well,
comes
he
down
may
to-
get on-site water, but he also can't draw down against the yield that the town gets. So
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't know where he's getting his water. He doesn't know where he's getting his sewer. He's willing to take that chance. We're just telling him that he has to have potable water and he has to have a sewer. He has to have a sewer connection because he can't have on-site sewer. He can't have an on-site septic. So he's willing to take that chance. I'm not saying that it's not, I'm not saying that these conditions are causing it to not be buildable. I'm saying that it can't be built without them. It's up to him to figure out if he can get it or not. So,
I agree.
you know, I appreciate Greg. I appreciate where you're coming from because from a builder's standpoint, you'd want to know if you've got water. You'd want to know if you've got sewer. From a builder's standpoint, you'd want to do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
From a gambler's standpoint, he's taking the chance. He wants to take that chance. I say let him. You know, and if it comes down to it, no matter what, if he turns around, if all of a sudden something happens and he can't get it and the well, on-site well isn't gonna work, we're telling him that he has to connect up to the water to get potable water. He's gonna have to connect to the town, so the town water, you know, town water. And if the water department, you know, Waterworks isn't gonna give him the permit,
Yeah.
well, is what it is. It's because if they're not gonna give them the permit, it's because they don't feel we have we don't have the capacity.
Yeah.
We're being told that they don't have it.
All right. Well, do you want to go back and discuss what we want to do here?
Yeah,
Do you want to make a motion?
that's
Or-
what it's coming down to. That's what it's coming down to. Somebody either has to make a motion to approve it, or somebody needs to make a motion to deny it.
Well, I'm on the fence, but I think it's safe to approve with conditions rather than have a housing court just say, oh, the Rockland, you're just a bunch of NIMBYs. I'm gonna approve it. And all our conditions get messed up. I mean,
And then he
he's
goes back
still,
to 256 units.
yeah,
Something, and again, I don't know how it all works, but it basically goes back to what he originally proposed. But it still comes down to there's state and there's state laws when it comes to the zone A, because when he first came to us, there was no zone A. It was there, but either he didn't know about it.
oh, he knew about it.
I'm gonna say that I don't believe that. And the reason
Well,
is.
he knew
watch
how
this,
to-
Brendan, you know this. Anytime
knew-
somebody comes to, anytime anytime an engineer puts together a plan, they always list on the face of the plan what zones they are in.
Yeah,
It wasn't until basically Henry picked up on that they
Right.
started listing on the plan set that they were in that zone A. I don't think they picked up on it. I feel like they didn't pick up on it because either they didn't pick up on it or they purposely tried to hide it. One of the two.
Yeah. yeah, yeah.
All right, so I don't care what it is. I credit Henry with picking this up. But it still comes down to.
They knew how to get the map revised.
Yeah, they threw money at it.
Yeah.
They threw money at it until the DEP gave up.
Yeah,
It keeps telling you. You know, again, it's not a reason to approve this, but if we deny it, first thing he's gonna do is he's gonna walk over to the court and he's gonna pull 50 grand out of his back pocket in cash to make it happen.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what again, it has nothing to do with, it has nothing to, yeah, hold on for a second, guys, give me 2 seconds. Sorry, that was my daughter. I had to take care of that. I apologize. Anybody who's got kids can understand, can go along with it.
Yeah.
So. It
I
is what
think
it
it's going to
is.
be severely detrimental to the neighborhood.
I believe this would be serious. I believe that this could be and has the potential to be a detriment.
The problem is that's not the standard.
Right. That's my problem. No matter what, somehow, some way, this is coming back to us. If we deny it, it's coming back to us. If we approve it and he can't get water and sewer, he's coming back to us. No matter what we do, he's coming back to us. So it's either we accept the fact that he's coming back to us and deal with it one way or the other. That's what it comes down to.
I got a question.
Talk to me, sir.
Quick question. You're saying if he doesn't get water and sewer, are you saying the idea that for the 199 units, he could not have capacity for water and sewer and then come back with a new project that's say 100 units and that might have capacity available for water and sewer? Is that
No, as far as I can see it, and if Attorney Galvin can correct me on this, but as far as I see it, if all of a sudden that well doesn't, we'll start with the water. If the well doesn't work, all right, and the only way for him to get potable water is to connect to the municipal system, he's going to look for us to waive that condition and basically force them to give us water somehow, some way. I think that's how it works.
I'm just wondering, is that a squeezing blood from a stone situation, something that's not there? Or shortchanges the residents of the town by them consuming the water that is not enough for the rest of the town?
That's where I get confused.
Yeah.
Because again, and Attorney Galvin, do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So again, if all of a sudden that well falls through and he can't use that well, and the only way for him to get municipal water is to tie into the municipal system, can he go to the housing court and the housing court turn around and say, you town of
If
Rockland
there's
have
no
to allow it?
capacity for water, it's unlikely that we would be ordered to give him capacity.
If we can prove that we don't have capacity.
Correct.
Okay. Well, then that
Well,
becomes,
If we deny it and it goes to housing court, why can't we emphasize that we don't have the water capacity or the sewer capacity.
Well, you've done that with conditions. Because, I mean, I think my recollection when they were with us in August, and your recollection is what counts, not mine, was that they were still doing the testing, but they didn't have the answers, but they thought it was favorable to them.
Mhm.
Now, that doesn't mean anything to me. Okay. When this was closed, they hadn't demonstrated they had water, but they believed that they would. Probably by the time an appeal gets heard at the Housing Appeals Committee, they'll know the answer. And if they've got enough water capacity that's not going to affect the water supply yield, then, you know, it's just going to be over. That's not going to be a condition that could be ever sustained. So I think that the way you've couched it, if you do it an approval, is more advantageous to the town.
I got
Like I
another-
said, the project can be conditioned.
I got one more question.
Ask it.
So they didn't finish their testing or submit a report that says they'll have water capacity to support the project.
Mhm.
Is there something you can condition that says they have to turn in a report, and who approves that they have the water capacity? Is it the town water department or the state?
No, the Abington Rockland Joint Waterworks would have to be satisfied.
Would the state be would the state accept the joint waterworks decision on that generally?
As to capacity,
Yes.
probably. I mean, we have two issues. We know we have a sewer capacity issue, and that's proven by the fact that we've had all this interaction with the EPA. Okay, and then we have a capacity issue with the Abington Rockland Joint Waterworks, and they've said all they can do is provide them water for firefighting protection. I don't think anybody's ever disputed that.
Mhm.
Would the state follow the sewer commission saying that? Would they follow them saying that they don't have the capacity or the ability to hook up?
I think if it's supported by that EPA decision, the answer is yes.
Okay, so a condition that says that it has to be meet the requirements of the joint waterworks and the sewer commission should protect us in the state's eyes.
I think the way it's phrased now protects us.
Mhm. Whereas if it's a direct denial, it doesn't protect us.
I hear that. You said the way it's phrased now, it protects us?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just didn't hear you when you first said it. Sorry. I'm not voting, but that makes me comfortable.
Any more discussion, Mr. Baker Senior?
No,
Gregor,
No,
make a motion, we approve with conditions as written.
no, I made that motion,
You did? Well, and I'll second it.
okay?
Any more discussion?
No,
Roll call, myself is a yes. Mr.
I'm a
Tan-
yes, yeah,
there you
I'm
go.
a
Mr.
yes.
Baker Senior,
no,
carries.
Okay, so that vote approved conditions, but it didn't vote on the whole project
Mhm.
as a whole.
Okay, so we approve the conditions. So what do we add? So how do you, so guide us in a direction here. How do we?
So now you have to take a vote. You've already voted 2-1 in favor of issuing the conditions.
Yep.
You need to take a vote on the project as a whole.
All right, project as a whole.
So the motion would be, if you were making it, Rob or Greg, to approve with conditions that you've just voted on.
Mhm.
Approve the grant of a comprehensive permit to the applicant, subject to the conditions you've already voted on.
Okay. So moved.
I'll second it,
Roll call, myself is yes. Gregor,
yes.
Mr. Baker Senior,
no,
okay.
Okay, so now the next thing for you to do is to finalize that decision. Okay, by eliminating all of the colors that you've included in that are very beautiful, but no longer needed. And sign that decision by, and it can be signed to yes. There's a amendment that's needed to it to reflect the vote that was taken,
Okay,
and to file that decision by close of business on Thursday.
all right. So Deb, I'm gonna email you this.
Do you want to fix that vote part?
Oh, yeah, where do you want me to do that?
Can you pull it up on the screen?
Yeah, let me just. It's down the bottom.
You got to eliminate the watermark too. I assume, no. In the middle of the decision.
Yep.
Before conditions, there's a
Yep.
vote, and then there's a spot for signatures.
Before they can do that? I thought it was after.
Middle of the decision. Before conditions.
Thought that was this.
No. It's there too, but you got to go to the part that I'm telling you about.
Actual.
There it is. Pursuant to the act, board after convening a public hearing, and making the findings of fact, grants a comprehensive permit to the applicant by a vote, to the applicant by a vote of 2-1,
By
by
a
a vote of 2 in favor,
2 in favor. Yeah,
and then put parentheses and 1 opposed. No, no, 2 and no, you don't need the parentheses there.
okay.
Just use the numbers though, not the letters.
Yeah.
2 in
Yeah.
favor, and then after the words in favor, open parentheses and put Rosa and Tansy.
Yeah.
Close parentheses.
Yeah.
1 opposed, and then parentheses, Baker Senior.
Yeah.
Okay, now you can skip down to the end.
Yeah. What was it? It's that thing. That's C. Yeah.
All the waivers.
Eco waivers, 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 right there.
Members in favor, so, and then you can put, but just do the next line, Rob.
Yeah.
Under the. No, go to the end of the line and then click return.
Go to end.
Right there, return.
Yeah.
Now click Control Z.
Control Z.
All right, Robert Rosa. Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, now go to the end of the line. Next
Yeah.
one. Control Z, yep. Gregory Tansy. Vice Chairman.
Is there a
Chairman.
hyphen in that?
Chairman. Spelled wrong.
Yeah, I don't. Is there a hyphen in this, Vice Chairman?
Yeah, you can put one in.
Okay.
Okay, then you want to create before the next line. No.
Yeah.
Well, you can put that Robert Baker Senior. Senior. Put the parentheses though, because he's not technically a
He's
senior.
not technically a senior.
Right. Now, above the line for Bob Baker.
Yep.
Put a members opposed. No. Go up one click.
Yeah, if you hit enter,
Hit enter again. Members opposed. Colon. If you're gonna put opposed capitalized, put favor capitalized above.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Okay. And then it'll have to be filed. Okay, so I've already given Deb the file inventory.
Mhm.
I emailed it to her, so she'll have to insert that in here as Exhibit A.
okay,
And then you guys will have to get in there and sign it tomorrow, a
Mhm.
clean version of it. And get it filed with the town clerk. And I believe there are envelopes and notices that are required, so Deb will have to send those out
all right,
to the applicant. You'll need a date stamped copy sent to the applicant with the town clerk. Okay, and then anybody else that's requested a copy gets one too.
all right.
So Rob, make sure you get rid of all the colors.
Oh, I'm
And
giving that to
they-
Deb. Deb's doing the final on that one. I just
Okay, but
I just
then
wanted to
You
keep that.
look at Greg's not feeling good, so.
Yep.
You know, I don't know how Greg's gonna sign, but that's gotta get over to Greg for signature.
Yep,
I think Candy said she would bring it around.
She did. She'll bring it either tomorrow or Thursday.
Okay, but it's gotta be filed with the town clerk during business hours on Thursday. And notice has to be sent to the applicant by mail. So,
all right. Just gonna do one other thing here. Hold on, that one. This one done, this one done, and this one missed. And la 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 la. Shingle Mill LLC. April 19th, 2019. Public record. We paid $3.3 million for the property. So that answers that question.
Yep.
Deb confirmed for me that you're gonna receive this. Hold on. Compose. See. Well, Bob and Deb, you should have that. You should have a copy within 2 seconds here. And again, it's draft decisions, consider conditions and waivers, 10-10-23, draft to Deb. So I have two editions of this. This is the one that's going directly to you, and then the one that we just added. So. Everybody got that? Yes, Deb, you got that?
I would say yes.
be sure. I have it.
Okay, Bob's got it.
Okay, if he's got it, I have it.
Well, can you check, do you not have the ability to check your email?
Well,
or-
I don't want to lose this, yeah, give me a second. Yeah, I have it.
All right. Well, there you go.
Just
Anything
wanna-
else to talk about?
There's no meeting next week. The,
Uh,
17th, I think. I just
that
want to
voting?
open this and just see one thing.
Was that because it was a voting day? Is that what it was?
No, there was nothing, I couldn't get anything scheduled in time.
Oh, okay.
And then there's no ZBA hearing on November 7th because that's the night of the special town meeting.
Mhm.
So the next hearing will be, I think it's November 17th. If I can just pull up my calendar.
Says the 21st.
November 21st, yeah, November 21st will be the next hearing.
Okay.
That's a couple days before Thanksgiving.
Correct. It's the Tuesday before Thanksgiving.
We want to move it to the 14th instead of Thanksgiving week.
I'm not going anywhere. And does anybody have any conflicts with the set, with that week?
No,
Do we need to change it?
I know I'm working, I'm working that day.
I like to keep the schedule consistent.
Yeah, I agree with that, and it's. Again, I know I'm working that day, so I don't have an issue there.
What day was it?
Tuesday of the Thanksgiving week, but Tuesday.
Oh,
Are you working that day?
yeah,
Well, there you go.
yeah.
Deb, are you working that day?
I don't know. All right, so I have a question. Exhibit A is gonna be the documents. Exhibit C is gonna be the agreement with the town. What's Exhibit B? Is that the waivers?
Yes,
Okay, that was my question.
it's
Thank you.
attached to the decision.
Okay, got it. All right, that was my question. So I have it. I'm all set. I'll revise this tomorrow.
No, so. Again.
And you're gonna be in touch, Deb, with Candy?
I'm gonna email Candy tonight.
Okay.
Yes,
Right, so again, I don't care if you're working that day, Deb, but you're gonna be available for,
I'll be at the hearing.
all right, that's fine.
Yeah,
I just.
yeah.
That's really what it's coming down to. Is everybody around? And I'm assuming that you wouldn't have made a meeting if you weren't gonna be around, so,
Be here.
so that should be fine.
All right, so we'll keep it on November 21st.
I really don't think we have a choice, because we've missed so many opportunities because we've had to.
Right.
We keep pushing these things, and it's gonna continue to bog our schedules down.
Mhm.
What else we got?
That's all I get.
Anybody else?
motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Second.
That one.
Yay. Bye.
All right, second that one, and then roll call. Myself is a yes. Mr. Tanzi,
Yes.
Mr. Baker Senior.
Yes.
We're out of here.
See you
Good
later.
night, everyone.
Night, everybody.
Right?
Good
Enjoy the
night.
evening. We'll talk to you later.